Aha, there we go. Friday night party night is starting. Last day of April, 1/3 of the way through the year. Time no longer has any meaning. Jesus, the fact that it's 4 months through 2021 already is absolutely doing my head in. Abigail and Toby and Alexander, hello. I hope you're all coping with the passage of time better than me, because quite frankly, it is weirding me right to fuck out. So, yes, we'll just try not to dwell too much on the inexorable progress of time. I'm just waiting for my ice to temper a bit. This is some of my sexy clear ice. And if I pour the drink into it too soon, the temperature change will make the ice crack, ruining its clarity. So we let it get accustomed to room temperature a bit more, and then it should not crack, or hopefully will not crack. And because I've got sexy clear drinks to put in it. Making clarified cocktails. These are the cocktails I made on last night. Was it just last night? Yeah, these are last night's cocktails. This is the tequila one, the Nouvelle Carré. It's in this nice sort of pink, red, orange color. Because it's, well, the main thing that colored it that color is Peychaud's bitters. And this is the rum drink, the Mai Tai Fighter clarified. It's a very, very light green. Well, that looks good against the fairy lights. It's like a crystal ball there. Yes, Fox, this is the day we want the Fash to follow their leader. And Toby, this is my cocktail outfit. I'm going to be making, what are they called? Cosmopolitans. I've got to remember these names as well of the Sex and the City girls. I always forget names. Carrie, Charlotte and Miranda, I always forget. I always remember Carrie and Samantha. Yes, because I'm going to make different cosmos. Thank you, Toby. This is my cowhide tie. It's not really cowhide. It's a good simulacrum of cowhide. Next Friday is Cosmo Day, so I've got to have a video ready for Cosmo Day. And, of course, I want to tie it in with Sex and the City. And I'm going to tie it in with my Vodka is Bullshit series, because Cosmos are traditionally made with vodka, and vodka is just kind of bullshit. So I'm going to make alternate Cosmos with different spirits, and I'm going to tie them to one of the characters. I'm going to say vodka is Carrie, the default, what everyone expects, and honestly overrated. Samantha's going to be tequila, like, just a bottle of trouble. Look out. And I've got to remember these names. I'm going to say them again. Charlotte. Charlotte is going to be gin. It's sophisticated, bit bitter, and, means business. And Miranda is going to be rum. can sneak up on you, basically. You want to take it seriously, or you'll get a bit of a surprise. That's what I'm saying. Fox, want a cocktail to go with the title? The Hitler shoots himself in the mouth cocktail. You notice I was very careful in the title of the video to avoid saying Hitler or suicide, or I want his followers to do the same. Because social media platforms are stupid as fuck. Abigail, setting up a stream for tomorrow. Going to be watching Twilight. Nice. Should absolutely join Abigail tomorrow night to watch Twilight live shit posting. That sounds like fun. That's a thing that should absolutely happen, because I won't be live streaming, so you have no excuse. Well, you know, life happens. You might have excuses. What was that old schlocky sci-fi film? They saved Hitler's brain. I don't know what. Talking about cocktails. Yeah, Hitler's brain cocktail. Anyway, I think this ice is tempered and won't crack, but we'll see. There you go. See, what we don't want to happen is what happened last Friday night, where I didn't stay conscious of how much was actually in these cocktails and how much this fucking glass can hold. And I just filled the glass up and drank it. And that was a bad idea. And because I got really drunk. Fox, an end of World War II cocktail. Something to represent the main players in the European theatre. Yeah, well, I guess it's the anniversary of everyone reaching Berlin. The Soviets raised the Soviet flag over the Reichstag. The other allies came in from another direction. The Americans, British and other colonials. Gecko, hello. What's up? What did I put in this one? I'm trying to pick out the flavors in this one. It's tequila and brandy, the Peychaud's bitters. This actually tastes like booze. It's very indistinct which booze. There is a bit of bitterness from the Peychaud's bitters. Gecko, stopping for a quick hello, but going to bed. Well, good for you. Going to bed. I know North American viewers who are insomniac, but you got to look after yourself. Abigail, totally have a drink to the event in that particular bunker. Absolutely. So Fox, gin for the Brits, bourbon for the US, absinthe for Germany. My absinthe is actually Spanish, but they were fascists too, so still holds up. Gin and it's weird how well gin and whiskey go together, actually, because it's not commonly done. But time that Abigail and Annette and I hung out with Kirsten at some Melbourne distilleries, the guy at Patient Wolf recommended 50-50 slow gin and whiskey, and dang if it doesn't work. So I think this is my. Well, I might have also a taste of the rum one as warm-up drinks, and then I'm going to make and drink 3 Cosmos. Actually, I'm trying to think. I don't have matching glasses, but I actually do have some glasses I can use for the Cosmos. So they're all the same, because I've only got 2 of my martini glasses, and you would traditionally put a Cosmo. Jesus, why am I forgetting that? It's the whole thing. cosmopolitan, you would traditionally put a cosmopolitan in a martini glass. Cosmopolitan. Because everyone has their own take on it. Vodka, triple sec, cranberry, lime, and bitters. Yes. What's a Chinese cosmopolitan? I'm just looking at this. Oh, it's lychee in it. Why not? Honey liqueur, lychee, lime juice, and cranberry juice. Blue Cosmos is, of course, going to have blue curacao in it. Looking at the different recipes for a cosmopolitan. It's Dale de Groff say it should be. Vodka, triple sec, cranberry, lime juice. Yeah. I mean, it just ends up tasting like fucking cranberry juice because it's got a whole shot of cranberry juice, and cranberry juice is a strong flavor. Fox, can't think of anything else for Germany other than beer. Do vodka for Russia, vermouth or cognac for French. These are all good things. Not just putting all of those into one drink. There's the cognac flavors coming through in that. It's a very definite sort of wine flavor coming through in this clarified cocktail. Yeah, no, I'm thinking Fox. I like the idea of absinthe for Germany because I think that was an Austrian drink originally. Like I said, my absinthe is Spanish, but they were also fascists aligned with the Axis, so it still holds. Hi, Lee. Toby, you saw VD's mum a while ago. She had to kick him out because he got too abusively preachy. Not said as a joke at all. I believe that boy is in rather serious need of some mental health care. His behavior is irrational to the extent that I think he's not in complete control of it, and he probably should consult with medical professionals because that's not good. All right, so Dale de Graaf says 1.5 shots of your spirit, half a shot of orange liqueur, 1 shot of cranberry, and 1/4 shot of lime. The origin and story behind the Cosmo. A rude cosmopolitan has tequila. Oh, well, there you go. People, oh, look. Okay, there's a whole list there. They're already there. A rude cosmopolitan has tequila. Barbados cosmopolitan has rum. And a London cosmopolitan has gin. And there's even a Brazilian cosmopolitan with cachaça. So everyone thinks it's better to put something apart from fucking vodka in one. So, yeah. Oh, this is interesting. Why was it in Sex and the City? When someone wrote to contact the creator of Sex and the City, Candace Bushnell, why Cosmopolitan, she responded, "Hi, thanks for writing to me. Back in the late 80s, early 90s, designer spirit brands like Absolute were making a big push for the club crowd. Brett Easton, Ellis, and I were going out every night. One night we started drinking them. We'd always drink vodkas with cranberry juice, and the Cosmo with the fresh lime juice seemed like a good alternative. Once we had our first Cosmo, we couldn't stop drinking them, and I pretty much made everyone else drink them too. When Darren and I first met in 1995, I took him out on the town, introduced him to the Cosmo. I think I may have even posed for photographs with the Cosmo. I suppose it was my signature drink, and because Carrie was my alter ego, she naturally had to drink them as well. So there you go. It's that mundanely simple. Candace Bushnell had her characters drink Cosmos because she drank Cosmos. Hello, Megaleech. Yeah. These are the special additions to a Cosmo, Abigail. 6 drops of the Essence of Terror, 5 drops of Sinister Sauce. Images. With their names, god damn it. Miranda. Yes, okay. What is this? Ugh, fucking hate Pinterest, honestly. Never been able to get into it. So, yes, so I've just got to remember. Carrie, the ones I keep forgetting are Charlotte and Miranda. Got to remember their names. All right. So, Toby, you agree VD actually needs some mental health care. Yeah, it's not said as a joke. It's not said to be mean. It's actually said out of caring. The guy's behavior is so unbalanced and erratic. It seems obvious to me he is in need of some mental health care. Not just because he doesn't like me. I'm not saying everyone who doesn't like me is crazy, but maybe. All right. So, wow, with the invisible ice, this drink looks almost like water. Without the ice, there is a little bit of a green tinge to it. But with the invisible ice, all I'm seeing is the ice. So it looks like a glass of water. So don't worry, I'm not getting drunk. This is just a glass of water. It's actually a glass with a lot of rum in it. Oh, Abigail, were you familiar with? Do you remember Video Dude, who we just refer to as VD? Some guy. He's like a friend of Toby's and Celtic Kings, who was in the streams earlier. But he started going on these weird racist and homophobic rants. And I said, you need to stop that or I'm going to kick you out. And he copped this attitude and chucked a huge wobbly. And I said, I'm not joking. And he kept doing the bullshit. And so I blocked him. And that apparently made something in him snap. And I might even have one of his letters sitting here. I sometimes just keep stuff sitting here. He would send me these long letters written in really, here we go. Long letters written in really small font that go on for pages. Yes. And I start things like, Dear Angry Aussie, I fucking hate you and I hope you know that. You now do. That's all I wanted you to know. But since that would make a pointlessly short letter, I will write more. You need to know you're a complete knobhead. I would like nothing more than seeing you burn in hell. No, wait, this isn't from VD. This is from someone else. Someone who likes VD. I don't know. Yeah, but VD wrote a whole bunch of these things. It was very weird, and they would always just turn into racist and homophobic rants. So yeah, weird guy. That's interesting. This one's much sweeter. Oof. Dangerous and deceptive because there's a lot of rum in this, including overproof rum. So you only had a little bit of it. There's still this. Definitely end up under the table. Drinking this would be enough to put you under the table. That's a lot. Nobody, g'day. So yeah. Video dude is a weird dude who pretty much definitely has mental health issues and should be looked after. Toby, no. I've not even read all those letters. You can see how long they are with this tiny font, and they just devolve into, as I said, once it devolves into racism and homophobia, it's just boring. It's not funny at that point. It's just boring. No, fuck that dude. Nobody. Apparently, Abigail didn't know who VD was, so I just had to fill her in. Okay, well, that's probably it for warm-ups. I should make a cocktail video, and then I will have a bunch of Cosmos to drink, slightly different flavors. So, Rude Cosmo. What sort of tequila do they recommend for a Rude Cosmo? Reposado. That's what I was going to use, so that's cool. Sort of gin do they recommend? London Dry. And what sort of rum do they recommend? Oh, fuck. Okay. White Gold Mellow rum. 1 to 3 year old. Probably shouldn't go my new rum agricole, which is just incredibly over the top, overpowered rum. Yes, Toby, he gets very repetitive as well. So I got to decide which of these recipes am I going to follow. De Groff 1.5 shots vodka, half a shot triple sec, shot cranberry juice, lime juice. Difford's is 1 shot. That's interesting. 1 shot of vodka and 1 shot of triple sec. 1.5 shots of cranberry juice, half a shot of lime juice. I'm going to go with de Groff's recipe, quite honestly. Yep, I'm going to do a nice simple de Groff Cosmo base. So, yes, so I'm going to play a Sex and the City game. Which Sex and the City Cosmo are you? Please don't be, Carrie and the vodka, but you could be Samantha, the tequila, Charlotte, the gin, or Miranda, the rum. I've got to decide which ones I will use. Or maybe the summertime gin. That's such a nice gin. Or a citrus gin. That could be good. Decisions. All right, so rum. Which rum? cachaça. Can just do cachaça. Okay. I feel my warm-up drinks are kicking in. Rum, everybody rum. Wait, what's this one? Coconut rum. I might do my coconut rum, actually. All right, so tequila. Coconut rum. Tequila. So it's 42. Okay. Got my tequila. Got my coconut rum. Gin. I've just got to decide on gin. Do we want a citrus gin, an overproof gin, Teddy and the Fox gin? What's this one? Summertime. I guess summertime. What the hey? Some time. Right. So, I think I'm also going to do the scores. I keep talking about scores, and I never do it in the videos. And that may be, I don't know, a little thing that could set me apart in the YouTube cocktail world if I had scores for my cocktails. So we want that. My orange liqueur. Oh yeah, I'm gonna, after this, I am going to have to order some more orange curacao, I think, because it's going to run out. Yeah, that's absolutely going to run out. I'm going to have to order some more. But I emptied some other bottles, so I have some shelf space. Got to order some stuff from the fine people at Marionette. I'm assuming they're fine people because they make fine beverages. I assume bad people would make bad beverages. That seems like flawless logic to me. And I shan't be taking questions at this point. Right. Now, so I also need cranberry and lime juice. Lime. Cranberry. This isn't actually cranberry juice. I'm going to pretend it is, though. It's cranberry drink. Also, look at this fun thing I'm doing, because I just read about this today, making a banana syrup. So there's a banana peel, because I had a banana earlier, and I've covered it in sugar, and that's going to sort of leach moisture out of the banana and obviously flavor out of the banana, and to leave that for 48 hours. And then I'll add a bit of water to it and strain it, and I'll have a banana syrup, which sounds great. Sounds really nice. Just thought I'd show you that. Okay, I'm going to want a jigger. Let's get down to it. Got a jigger. When I need a shaker, I will be shaking this. The glasses. Let's start doing this up here because I'm going to be standing up anyway. Get the glasses. I'm going to use these glasses. They're pretty elegant, aren't they? Let's hope I don't break a glass. That'd be embarrassing. Now I need to make room, or I am going to break shit. I need one more glass. Just making sure that I want that out of the way. Not sure how much these hold. If I make more than what fits in these, I just will pour it into another glass and then make a fourth drink. Okay, so got to get smooth. So 1.5, half, 1 1/4 of lime juice. That's it. We're good. And got to remember the Sex and the City names. Okay. Carrie is vodka. Boring. Samantha is tequila. Trouble in a bottle. Charlotte is gin. A little bit sophisticated, a little bit bitter. Miranda is rum. Seems like a good time party, but be careful. See, it's like, I'm just one of the gals from Sex and the City. I could be doing mimosas and whatnot. So let's see how this goes. And then I can just settle down with drinks and talk shit for a couple of hours. That sounds like fun. Just need to... Hello, beautiful. Would you mind turning down a little bit? Yes.
Okay, how long?
10 minutes, 15 minutes. All right. Thank you, sweetie. All right. So now I've got to do this quickly because Mrs. Angry is being nice. My cocktail shaker is in the dishwasher. Cocktail shakeroonie. See, I really do have to worry about breaking glasses because I'm going to make multiple cocktails. After the first one, the cocktail shaker is going to have condensation on, which makes it slippery. That's what happened last time I broke a glass. I wasn't even drunk. I hadn't had a single drink, but I miscalculated how slippery the shaker was and it flew right out of my hands. I'm probably going to shake it over here so that doesn't happen. I still hope I don't drop the shaker. Oh my God, I'm so paranoid now. I've made myself paranoid. All right, I'm going to crack some ice to get ready. There we go. 2 pieces of ice left in this one. I'll just get a spoon. Get a spoon and crack some ice. Do. Correct that ice. Drop some ice. Oh no, it's just a bucket. I'm just gonna put it. Fucking hell, I'm so bad at this. Okay, 1. 1, 2, buckle my shoe. That will do. Crushed ice. Cracked ice, I should say. Okay. One half, 1. Okay, Carrie, Charlotte, Miranda, Samantha. Just make sure my camera is properly lined up. That does in fact look properly lined up. G'day cocktail lovers, I hope you've been keeping well. Hope you're ready for a cocktail showdown. I'm tying in a few things here. This is going live on Cosmo Day 2021, Cosmopolitan Day. Most alcoholic beverages have their day, a very arbitrary thing, but as an excuse, it gives me an idea of what to make for a video. And I'm tying this in with my ongoing series of improving vodka cocktails by not using vodka. Namely, vodka is bullshit. And again, little disclaimer, I'm not ragging on you if you enjoy drinking vodka. It's just as a cocktail ingredient, it brings nothing to the party. It gets you drunk, okay? But other ingredients that actually have character and taste also get you drunk. So I'm experimenting. And I'm also going to tie this all in with possibly predictably Sex and the City. And I'm going to do some alternative Cosmos, and we'll tie them to particular characters, I think, just for a bit of fun. The alcoholic beverage is one of the characters. Like, for instance, vodka, which I'm not even going to make. That's obviously Carrie. First thing people think of, bit obvious, a bit bland and boring and overrated, quite honestly. But if we were to get rid of vodka and put in tequila, I think we've got Samantha there. Just a bottle of trouble, really. And if you go gin instead, I think we've got Charlotte then. Little bit sophisticated, a little bit bitter, but always interesting. And finally, I think if we go rum, we've got Miranda. Just seems like a good time. But, you know, be careful because things could get out of control very quickly. So let's go now, make a few Sex and the City Girl variant Cosmos. Very quickly, the specific spirits I'm using, although you can use what you have or what you like. For gin, I'm going with a local gin, and I mean, it's like just up the road from me, Patient Wolf, made here in Melbourne. This is the one they call their summertime gin. It's an exceptional gin. You know, you might like a London Dry, you might like a more citrus forward one. Go with the gin you have if you're doing the experiment with me. For rum, I'm going with this locally made coconut rum. It's awesome. They actually imported rums from the Caribbean, put it through a filtering process to take the color out, and then did macerations with coconut, wattle seed, and some other amazing things to make a truly exceptional drink. But again, you use the rum that either you have or you like. Finally, the tequila, I'm using a Reposado tequila. That's what I'd recommend because you actually want to taste difference. This is not sneaking something in that you can't tell has replaced the vodka. We actually want these drinks to taste different. Also, I'm going to score these drinks. This is something I actually do when I'm out getting cocktails or when I'm making my own. And I almost never mention it in these videos. I feel like I should, and even for my own reference, which ones I like. I rate cocktails out of 10. If I rate something a 6 out of 10, it was like, well, I'm not getting that again. If I rate it less than 6 out of 10, that's like I'm never going to that place again or I'm never trusting that person's recipes again. Less than 6 out of 10 is terrible. 6 out of 10 is not terrible, but I'm not doing it again. 7 out of 10, that's okay. But again, I'm probably not going to drink it again simply because there are so many good cocktails in the world. If someone offered it to me again, I'd go, well, that's a 7 out of 10. I'll have that. Why not? But it's not something I'm going to rush to do again. Now, an 8 out of 10, that goes in the little book. Literally, Mrs. Angry keeps notes. An 8 out of 10 is one definitely having again. That's a very good score. A 9 out of 10, that's one that's so good. It's like, I'd honestly like another one now. I want one right now. And I have occasionally rated cocktails at up to 9.5 out of 10. Nothing's 10 out of 10. Nothing's perfect. but some of them are like, I think God came down and touched this drink and turned it into a miracle. Please give me another one. So I've never tried these Cosmo variants before. So as I taste them, I'm going to rate them as well. I'm going to follow Dale DeGroff's recipe for this. He didn't invent the Cosmo, but he did popularize it in the 90s, and his recipe is the most popular. So first up with the spirit. First one I'm going to make is the gin one, arbitrarily. You do 1.5 ounces or 45 mils of your spirit. We're also going to add 1/2 ounce of orange liqueur. Dale DeGroff used triple sec. You can use the one you prefer. I have this locally made dry curacao that I'm using. So we go 15 mils, 1/2 ounce of our orange liqueur. Cranberry juice is the core of the Cosmo, particularly if you make it with vodka. You basically can't taste anything but the cranberry juice, in my opinion. So we will see if any of these other spirits can take the lead from the cranberry juice. But according to the DeGroff recipe, we are doing 1 ounce, 30 mils of cranberry. The final touch is just 1/4 ounce, 7.5 mils of lime juice to liven it up a bit. Some recipes suggest more than that, even I've seen up to 3/4 ounce of lime juice. I prefer less on the lime juice front, so I'll follow DeGroff's recipe. We will go just 1/4 ounce, 7.5 mils of lime juice. That's it. If you like, you could put a dash or two of orange bitters in as well. That's purely optional. Some people like that. I'm not going to. I'm keeping it simple. So we add ice to our shaker, put it together, bang it in hard, and shake for about 10 seconds. We strain that into a suitably elegant glass. If you're being really fussy, you could double strain that. I'm not going to. It's that classic pink Cosmo. Now I'm going to do the same with the rum and the tequila. I won't bother to do that on camera, but I'll be back in a second to compare the three. Those glasses don't hold very much, actually. Pour the extra into another glass. Okay, so again, this time the rum. Okie dokie dokie do, 1.5 ounces of rum. half an ounce curacao. You know, they say in bar world, you should put in the cheap ingredients first in case you fuck up the cocktail. I'm putting the expensive ones in first because I'm not a professional. Oh, 1 ounce cranberry. Put a little bit too much in, which is why I took that sip, in case you were wondering. And lime. A little bit of lime. Okay. Now we shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it. Shake it like a Polaroid picture. Now, I can't forget which order these are in. That's gin. That's rum. Okay. And finally, tequila. Has anyone ever said tequila without that song immediately popping into their head? I know I can't say it without thinking of it. Orange curacao. Cranberry. Cranberry. And lime. That's lime, fresh lime. Right, shaky shake. Just put this over here so it's not in the way. Okay. All right. My hair's all akimbo from doing it. Time for the taste test. First, the Gin Cosmo, aka the Charlotte. Let's see what this one's like. It's good. The cranberry is not dominating this. But I tell you what, the other flavors have sort of calmed down the juniper side of the gin as well. This is not bad. I probably should preface the scores with, I'm not really into Cosmos. But at this point, I'm giving the Gin Cosmo a 7 out of 10. I think I just got the names wrong. Did I say the gin? The gin is the Charlotte. The gin is the Charlotte. This is the rum. This is the Miranda. Let's see what this one's like. This one I'd rate as marginally better than the gin one. Yeah, I'm giving this one a 7.5. We've saved the most dangerous for last, the tequila, aka the Samantha. Let's see what this is like. Well, let's see. I'd say 7 3/4, just marginally better. I mean, honestly, what it comes down to is I don't like cranberry in cocktails. So I did this for the occasion, but it's never going to be my favorite drink. It's not terrible, and at least they all have their own character, like unlike one made with vodka. But yeah, because for my mind, when you make it with vodka, all you taste is the cranberry. These ones, at least, they bring their own challenge to the cranberry. But I've got to be completely honest. I'm not at all enamored of a cosmopolitan. I never have been. And yeah, just like I was reading up on this, like why it was in Sex and the City is unsurprisingly because the author whose work it's based on, Candace Bushnell, she loved Cosmos in the 80s and 90s. It's like, it's just so unimaginative to think this is a really exceptional drink. Hey, not knocking it. If it's your thing, I would absolutely recommend you try it with a spirit other than vodka because it just makes it that much more interesting. So if you have a favorite gin, a favorite rum, a favorite tequila, absolutely go for it. And you could go the whole way. I literally mean any spirit as opposed to bloody vodka. I mean, whiskey might be a bit weird, but then again, it might actually work. I don't know. Maybe I'll try it. Not with this though. I'm not a fan of cranberry. I'm never going to be a fan of the Cosmo. It's not terrible, but I'm never going to be a cheerleader for the Cosmo because it's got cranberry, and I'm just not a huge fan of cranberry. I prefer the alcohol to take a front run, which is why I rarely make cocktails with cranberry or rarely make cocktails with orange juice because they both tend to overpower a drink. But this is all down to personal taste. So if you like a Cosmo, I think you could have quite an interesting adventure experimenting with different spirits and decide which Sex and the City Cosmo are you? Are you gin? Are you rum? Are you tequila? Don't be vodka. Just don't be vodka. Unless you like it. Look, unless you like it. I'm a big believer in, what's the saying? Don't yuck someone else's yum. But I really would like people who've been drinking vodka cocktails to understand the world has a lot more to offer. And I think the world has a lot more to offer to Cosmos. This is probably the most negative I've been about a cocktail. When I'm only rating something in the sevens, that means I'm not going to make it again. I wouldn't reject it if someone made it for me, but it's just like, it is definitely not my cup of tea. But if you like a Cosmo, go for it. If you like this exploration, I hope you subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Let me know if you've ever played around with the ingredients in a Cosmo and if you found something that worked for you. Otherwise, I hope to see you again soon. Until then, I do hope you take care. Take care of people around you as well. And until I do see you again, cheers. I hate cosmopolitans. All right. Thank you. I'm done. Oof. Okay. All right. No more distractions. Can just sit down and chat now and drink. Abigail, you like Cosmos. There you go. Robot Man Greg, good evening. Safa, good evening. Jaharki. Yeah, so there's a very locally made gin just up the road. Oh, Glee, you're there as well. Hello. The orange curacao is just up the road in a different direction. The rum is Australian, or at least the blend is Australian. The rum's Caribbean. Oh, this is Brighton. Jesus, that's okay. So I'm not joking. Patient Wolf is just up the road that way. Marionette is just up the road that way. And these guys are in Brighton, which is just up the road that way. Abigail, you want to come over and drink my Cosmos? Well, I'd save them for you if you were. I'm literally going to be drinking them just because they're in front of me, not because I like them. But we ought to organise another drinking night, I think, potentially attached to a stream. We'll see what happens. Yeah, I mean, maybe I just make bad Cosmos. That's always a possibility. The reason I've never really been into them is maybe I don't make good Cosmos. Stranger things have happened. But I think it's just the cranberry doesn't appeal to me. Yeah. Like cranberry's tart and lime juice is tart. Maybe I should have put, actually, because I was using a dry curacao as well, maybe I should have put a tiny bit of sugar syrup in there. John, hello from the USA. This is my cocktail making gear. I was just making cocktails. Actually, maybe I will put these back, all of them back in the shaker and put just a little bit of sugar syrup. Abigail, yeah, you can't tonight. Money's tight. But we should do it another night, sometime when we can organize it. Okay. So I am just going to chuck all of the Cosmos, put the glasses over here so I don't break them. I'll put all the Cosmos back in the shaker. I think it's maybe because it was too tart. Because I didn't. Triple sec is noticeably sweeter than the dry curacao I have. So that might be the issue. It might just be too tart. It needs a bit of sugar syrup. It's like your mum, too tart. Too much of a tart. Hey, Chris, how you doing? So this is some honey syrup I made. I'm just going to put maybe 10 mils of honey syrup in. That's probably enough. Oh, Jesus. Okay. I'm getting in the knock things over stage. I'll just shake that for a bit. Bang it in. That's what I want my catchphrase. Bang it in hard. As the actress said to the bishop. Come on, you son of a bitch. Come loose. Chris, doing all right? Had a good day? Knowing drove home? Happy to catch the stream. Happy to have you here, buddy. Happy to have you here. All right, calm the fuck down. Everything around me. Calm the fuck down. Angry Bunch sounds like an excellent idea. Just going to strain that into this glass. See, this holds 3 cocktails. That was my downfall of previous Friday night. Just filling it up without considering that it holds 3 cocktails. Let's do the Angry Bunch. John, I'm not into even local horse races, let alone the Kentucky Derby, but I know people are into it, so good luck to anyone who's into the Kentucky Derby. I know it's a big thing for people who are into horse racing in America. Let's go. What are we doing? I'm inviting people. Copy the link. All right, so anyone who wants to Angry Bunch, because it's a Friday night, we should Angry Bunch it up. All right, so now I just have a fucking giant Cosmo. That helped. The little bit of honey syrup helped a lot. And I think that might have been why I didn't like it. It was too dry. And the normal recipe says to use triple sec, which is sweeter than the orange curacao I used. So a little bit of sugar syrup balanced it. I should have thought of that. I honestly should have thought of that. But I didn't until now. So now it's more tolerable. But only about a 7.5, honestly. All right. The regular crowd shuffles in. Chris, Box of Fate. Hello.
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 How's it going?
Yeah, pretty good.
Nice. All right. Hey, kitties in the background. Oh yes, I see. Kitty's there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Lulu's right there, meowing.
And
Yeah.
people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My cat's been acting weird all day. I got a new friend, a magpie.
No.
I saw that on Twitter. Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool. Yesterday, she didn't show up yesterday morning, so I thought she'd abandoned me. I thought, oh, well, that was it. It was a couple of days, now she's gone. But she showed up again in the afternoon, and she was back again this morning, and she was hanging around most of the day.
Oh, she loves me.
She loves me. So, yeah, and I can't resist. I keep giving her food. So I'm just like, oh, there's some bacon in the fridge that I wasn't eating. I'll just chop little bits of that off and feed it. And I was finding various things to feed to my magpie friend. And there's Dr. Abigail.
Abigail.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm trying something different. I've got a mic. I've got my microphone set up because headphones
Okay.
give me headaches. But
Yep.
if there's echoes, please let me know. I'll go to headphones.
No echoes at the moment. Looks hunky-dory to me.
Very minor.
Okay. Maybe I'll try. How's that?
Oh, well,
I don't know. Let's
Is it
talk
better?
for a bit and see what happens.
yeah.
I don't hear
no
any
echo.
echoes now. That's good.
No echo. Cool. Okay. Because I'm putting a gate and compression in. So
Yep.
Okay.
for all the sound nerds out there.
See, I'm not. This is the weirdest thing. I'm not doing anything. I got the microphone here, and the laptop speakers with the sound, and StreamYard's just going. It's cool, bro. We know what to do to make sure you don't get echo. And I'm like, excellent, because I haven't done anything. I've not done anything to avoid there
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably a higher end microphone that is made for this kind of thing and has an auto gate in it.
Yeah.
Could be that
Whereas
too.
mine's like a cheapo.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah, if at any time if anyone has any echo problems, I'll put headphones on. But also I get to shove like my
Oh,
hair
yeah.
properly.
Yeah. No, we love the hair. We love the hair.
And I'll just
There you go.
whoa, that's bright.
Right.
Yeah. That's
in the
probably a
light,
bit too
but
bright.
It's like dark hair on a dark shirt, so
Yes.
There you go.
Well, we can see it well enough.
but
Yeah.
also there's a kitten.
Oh, is it-
Kitten.
Kitten.
Hello.
Kitten.
Oh,
Such a cutie.
I
Uh,
just,
the kitten's pretty cute too.
softest cat fur I've ever felt. Also, to Hitler.
To Hitler,
Maybe-
and one good thing he ever did. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
May he never rest in peace.
Yep.
I will drink to Nazis' demise any day of the week.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know. I literally just got back. I was driving home and hold on, somebody at the red light, and it's 3 a.m, and so I go past them, and they just weren't very happy with that. So then I was trying to get back over into that lane, and they decided to race me till about 70 miles an hour. So I just hit my fucking brakes, and they went on down the road, and then I got over.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that was just infuriating. Took them forever to get up to me too, because he's gas. So you got to.
Yeah.
It just pissed me off. So.
Yeah. I remember fucking with a guy on one of the expressways around Melbourne. There was it's like a 2-lane thing. It was a 110 kilometers an hour limit, and I was in essentially the overtaking lane, and I was working my way to overtaking this car that was just going a bit slow, and this tool in his big overpowered ute just came roaring up like way in excess of the speed limit and came right up on my back bumper. And because I was just overtaking this car while maintaining the speed limit, and I was like, oh no, that's not how any of this works. And I just took my foot off the accelerator and started to drop back, and he had to drop back, and it was time. Like when I sort of got level with the back of the car that I was going to pass. He tried to hook into the left lane to cut me off, and my car has really fast pickup, so I just go boom and block, and then he cut in, and I was like, he would just come in and tailgate me, and I was like, no, dude, no tailgating, and I'd just take my foot off the accelerator again, and I was like, the simplest thing was if the piece of shit just didn't tailgate me, I would have just passed this car and then pulled into the left lane, and he could have gone, but he was being a complete cockhead, so I was just fucking with him. And what he eventually did, like, it was like a 2-lane road, and there was a fairly steep grade. There was like the road, and then it drops off pretty sharply. And he took off up the side and like off road. And I'm going, do it, fucking roll, you fucking piece of shit. But he sort of took off this exit, and I just thought it was hilarious. Because he thought that was him winning, and I was just like,
"No, that's just him fucking up his truck." Yeah, no, that's what wasn't in a truck. They were in like a 2003 Saturn Vue SUV. It's like 20-plus-year-old, almost year-old car, and they were so annoyed that I passed them at the slide. Speed limit's like 40 miles an hour, which is about 80 kilometers an hour, roughly.
Yeah.
And so, like he was just not happy that I had passed him and gotten back in that lane. And so then he came up and tried to pass me. And right before he turned, he starting to pass me. He put his turns on to get back in the lane back in front of me, which I was like, no, that's not what we're doing here today. And so I just, my car, I hit the accelerator, it just goes. And so it starts going. And then he's like, oh God.
Yeah.
Oh man, he gave that everything it had, and then finally I just hit the brakes, and then he was just gone.
I occasionally upset people in big cars at traffic lights because I just drive this little 4-door hatchback, but it happens to be turbocharged, and it's just like it just has this amazing pickup, and these people in this huge thing are like, oh, I'm going to take this guy at the lights, and I'm just like, no. Off the lights, and they're like,
it's exactly,
it really upsets them.
Exactly what happens with me because I have the little 4-door hatchback electric Leaf, and so people are like, I can pass this guy my night again. I let that guy pass me. That was funny. His face was a shock when I just hit the brakes. About a quarter mile down the road, he finally went back into the lane and then slowed down the speed limit. That was funny. I just followed him like a quarter mile back all the way home.
So I want to say thank you to Stella for the compliment. I'm not wearing headphones, so you can actually see my hair, and there are some lighter bits at the back. Got it kind of all out tonight.
Yeah,
but lots of different colors in there, and giving my head a break because wearing headphones tends to give me headaches. So
that's not good. That's not good. That's not good at all.
Yeah, it's not ideal.
No.
I usually just take some Panadol and I'm good. But
really good.
I
never said hi, Stella.
I woke up with a headache.
Oh yeah, hi Stella. Amy, Stella, and Abigail in the after party.
Yes, I'm all for that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Stella.
And
you know what I'm saying.
John Smith was kind of excited to have a fellow Yank in the street. We get a few American Johns, all the Insomniacs, as far as I can tell.
Insomniacs or early risers. It really depends on the person.
They're either Insomniacs or early risers. Or Gecko, who tends to actually work at night because he's a driver, and he just dropped in to say hello, but then had to go. But we do get a few North Americans drop in.
Like before all the time changes, you were going on at 12:30 or 1 a.m. and then now it's all the way back to 3 a.m.
Yeah.
So so sometimes depending on the season, you're not that late actually. You're like right after late night shows wrap up, Angry comes on. That was how it was for about 3 or 4 months, and then now we're all back to crazy times.
Yeah.
Same thing happens when I join the radio show for my Elite Dangerous player group because they're in the UK. in winter, it's like some ridiculous, like 5:30 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
But in summer, because of the difference in daylight savings, it's like at a manageable like 7:30 a.m.
Yeah.
And it's not completely ridiculous, and I can be at least human.
Be at least human.
And
yeah. Because you
I'm-
guys are
I'm-
going in the winter there, right now. Yeah, you guys are going in the winter. You're getting the cold.
It's autumn. So
Although we had a glorious day today for autumn, it was like mid to high 20s and blue skies.
warm.
And it's supposed to be the same tomorrow. Just we get these days in April and even through to May, but once you hit mid-May, it's just like, yeah, you will now be considering 15 Celsius a nice day, because everything else is going to be far worse than that.
Yeah, we had a bit of a dry spell recently that was really pretty, but we need rain for the rest of our wet season, which doesn't actually end until the end of May.
Yeah.
But I'm not complaining too much, because now what's happening is we're getting a couple days of dry weather, and then we're getting rain, and then we're getting, which is nice. But I'm very happy. We just got out of like 5 days of rain after a 2 day spell, no rain, which is good because it meant it quelled the drought, and so now it can just be rain, no rain, no rain for the next month, and then I'll be happy. But it needs to keep raining, or I'm going to be wearing a respirator for the month of August again.
Yeah. This ought to end up with some more cocktail ASMR, my ice thing. When it finally defrosts a bit, it usually makes a really pleasant or gross slurp noise as it comes. Just the vacuum switching it. Just a little.
I remember, the sexy clear ice. That's right.
Yeah. So I seem to have timed it really well. You won't be able to see in there, but I can see there's an air bubble at the bottom. So it's like, awesome. It hasn't frozen all the way down. It's just going to be flaky ice at the bottom that I can cut off easily, and I'll have sexy clear ice.
Sexy clear ice.
Bow, chicka, bow, wow.
Yeah. My wall is all barren because I'm actually getting ready to move here soon. So.
Oh, you're moving? How far?
Yes. Oh, we're staying in town.
Same town. Okay. Yeah.
If we can afford to. Otherwise, we may have to go to a suburb. It's weird right now. We're the housing market it's a nightmare. You have real estate companies. They're buying all the property they can because they're going to go bankrupt soon because people aren't renting because they don't have any money. And what they're doing is that when they go bankrupt, they'll have to be paid by auctioning off all of the property. So if they own 1,000 properties that are auctioned all off at, $100,000 instead of $500,000, they still make money.
Yeah.
So right now, when I'm looking for places to rent, a 1-bedroom is $1,000 American, and then a 4-bedroom is $1,500 American.
Good damn. Okay.
It's that thin. So I'm trying to find the biggest place I can right now for the least amount of money, and then. Hopefully the rental company goes bankrupt, and then rental contract. I mean, in a couple years to save up at a nice place. You know what I mean?
Yeah. We just got an offer from the real estate agent to, if we sign another 1-year lease, they'll lock in no rent increase, and it's like, yep, suits us. So we just hit the 4-year mark, so it'll carry us through to the 5-year mark in this property.
Yeah. You rent that? You don't own it, or you lease it?
No, we rent. It's like Mrs. Angry has a flat that she was living in before we moved in together. So it's like, thing is, okay, while we rent, which is basically while offspring are still living at home, like, so until they finish uni, essentially, we'll have a house that we rent. Once they all, go off and live their lives, we'll just move into the flat. And so I'm like paying rent while Mrs. Angry pays mortgage. And then when we move into the thing, I don't have to pay rent anymore. So I can retire. And
you bloody deserve it.
Yeah. So apparently what's happening here, because interest rates are so close to 0%. It's not funny. They're literally like
COVID thing going on, right?
They're like 0.25%. Interest rates are so low.
Yeah, take advantage.
Yeah. Well, what's happening is people are buying up houses like there's no tomorrow.
Yeah.
So in the last year, housing prices have gone up. But what has happened, there are heaps of apartment buildings in the city, like in the central business district, and they were all full of foreign students.
Mhm.
Guess who hasn't been in the country for the last 12 months?
Yeah, same thing here. Tons of apartments.
The price of apartments in the city is cratering. That's why Nettie has moved from the suburbs to the city, which should be much more expensive, but is actually much cheaper because there's been just truckloads of empty apartments for the last 12 months in the city. So that's the other thing. If I win Lotto, besides having the sexy tour bus going all around Australia that we talked about in the previous live stream, I would buy a bunch of fucking apartments in the city so we could just have like party apartments in the city because you get like 10 apartments in the city for the price of a house.
No, take full advantage while you can in the rental market. Like here, same, almost identical thing. That's why all the apartments are crunching down in price, but the combination is that, and then also they passed rent control in the state of Oregon, which is like part of this metropolitan area. And all that. And I live in the Washington part, so in the county of Washington, they have to abide by that rental program. They have to abide by that rent control because if they don't, no one will live here.
Yeah,
and they just built 1,500 apartments in downtown Vancouver. Nobody is going there.
Yeah, that's what's happening in Melbourne. That is what's happening in Melbourne.
Like, no shit. Like, I'm telling you, they built a whole new goddamn waterfront, and then the pandemic hit, and they kept building because they're going to come back and have construction jobs. We're going to have jobs. And that's why we were stuck with no indoor dining for 6 months after the first 6 months because all the construction workers were getting each other sick. So great move on that. And now they're all just sitting empty. And we're also on the precipice of having all the indoor dining closed again because they opened schools, and the parents of young school children that are in schools are young. These are all people who either haven't been able to get vaccinated until this week or don't think they need to get vaccinated. And children we can't vaccinate. So now all the unvaccinated people are doing stuff. And so now it's just, oh my God, it's just.
Yeah. I think if I won Lotto, find a good apartment building and maybe buy every apartment on a particular floor, and then you could knock holes in the walls and put doors between and just have this communal living for the cool people. At a certain point, real estate prices in the city would go up again.
I mean, you could just
like 10, 20 years and then sell them all and just buy a big fucking commune in the bush somewhere. And I think
it will go up. Like it's, some people have
it's a great time to buy.
Yeah,
at the moment.
It's all doing there, but
we buy an apartment building and turn that into the commune.
Yeah, but
the thing is, we have a D&D room, like a gaming room.
Oh, it would.
Yeah. At the moment, apartments in the city are cheap. Houses in the suburb are expensive. At some point in the future, apartments in the city will be expensive again, and then you just fucking sell it all. And I mean, when I mean commune, I mean big fucking compound, 100 acres, and fucking collecting it.
So. On the internet about a month ago, there was a former missile base for sale in Montana.
Yes, I think I saw that.
Yeah, and it was a whopping $60,000. You have your own power plant. You have your own water plant. You have the whole bunker. All the radar stuff is taken out.
Missiles, yeah.
You have there's 20 duplexes and then some commercial buildings and then like a hotel and then there's another big giant garage area, and it's all fenced in with a big secured gate. And I was like, if I had $65,000, I would buy that in a goddamn heart. I don't care if it's in the middle of fucking nowhere. because like it's gonna produce its own power, so I don't
Yeah.
have to pay electricity fee. I just pay maintenance, and it produces power through wind because it's in the middle of the flatlands of Montana. So I'm never gonna run out of power, and maintenance is gonna be dirt cheap. What I spend what, 10 grand getting a new windmill? Ain't that goddamn much money? These things aren't that big. So would have been perfect.
Nice.
I could have rented it out to people for real cheap. But like, move on in, just keep the place for me. And then I got my bunker to go to.
That's a plan.
And it was only 80 miles from the Canadian border.
Abigail.
Teacher, can I talk for a bit?
Yeah.
I have a few things I want to just put out there. Nobody, you are correct. Yes, that's pedantic, and I am 100% a pedant. It's ridiculous. I can't help it. I've always been that way. Don't take it personally, Safa. Please don't, because I just try to help people. And if people correct me, please do be a pedant.
As we've established before, Abigail is the grammar socialist.
Yes,
and I did correct Abigail one night, which was pretty golden.
Last night my router absolutely kicked the bucket. It just died a death, and it was a really good router as well. It was pretty expensive, $250. It did everything I needed.
Yeah, that's expensive.
That's a lot of money for a router. Oh.
Yeah, and it lasted 5 years. It was always overheating. It wasn't a Huawei. It was an Asus router.
Right.
So I've ordered a new one from PC Case Gear. Anyone in Melbourne, that's the place to get PC things. John Smith on Gen X as well, and so is Angry.
Gen X.
So I've ordered a new router, but until then, I have to plug in my actual computer to the fiber connection, and then use it as a hotspot because it's got a Wi-Fi built into the motherboard.
Oh, hey, that's helpful.
So Will is complaining so much about the dodgy Wi-Fi because it's not the best Wi-Fi hotspot, believe it or not. It's a PC, and here he is on his PS4, which I just bought him for his birthday. It was his birthday yesterday, and he can't play GTA online because the Wi-Fi just keeps going up and down.
Oh,
problems.
The second he logs in, he'll get blown up every 4 seconds. But I can't
thing I want to mention, that happened to me today, which had a kind of an impact on me. I teach a crochet class. I volunteer at a local neighborhood network learning center. There's usually a few around here in Melbourne. Most suburbs have them, or local councils will have one or two. So I teach crochet at the Fitzroy Learning Center, neighborhood learning center, and I have a student. Oh, hi, nobody.
I thought I'd join you. Anyway, proceed.
So I have a student because all last term, no one wanted to learn crochet. Everyone wanted to learn knitting. So I'm just sitting there doing my own stuff, crocheting away. But this term, it's week 2 of this term. I have a student, so I'm teaching them crochet. They're actually picking it up fairly well, doing all the beginner mistakes. But then, today, she was a bit late and she was a little bit sad, and I'm like what's going on? And so and she said, well, I'm just trying to get out and do more because I'm really sad all the time because she has family in India at the moment.
Yes.
Yeah, she's from India. She's Indian, but she lives in Thailand. She's got a son in France and family in India. So she's got family all over the world. And she just is doom scrolling all the time. She's anxious all the time. She just said, I just need to get out and make friends and do something. So that's why I'm here. And I'm like, I almost gave her a hug, but in COVID times, we don't hug. So
No.
I just felt for her. It was just like really hit me.
That is
Like
a
I've
really
been
harsh
musing over that all day.
That's pretty intense. That's intense.
Yeah, and like it just made me empathize so much more about what's going on in India,
Oh, no.
which is
all over the world. It's horrible.
India and Brazil
Yeah.
are nightmares at the
oh,
moment.
Brazil.
People just
Absolute nightmares.
both the countries.
Unsurprisingly, both leaders are literal fascists.
Oh, they're dickheads.
Yeah.
They're dickheads. And
Stella, I would love to teach you crochet. I
Is that a euphemism? Stella,
Is
I
there
want
a
to hook and
children
pull
called
you,
sex?
Stella.
I actually taught crochet last year as well, but it was over Zoom, and it's really hard to do it over Zoom
Well,
because you need to like
there's no
look at what you're doing.
There's no like.
So here's another excuse for you to come to Melbourne, Stella. I'll teach you crochet.
Yeah, Choking on Ashes wants to learn crochet as well. I'm willing to host a crochet lesson on a stream.
Let's do it. Yeah.
Oh, my ice is coming out. Sorry, I just heard a farty noise come from this.
So I'm done. That's all I wanted to get off my mind. That's the events that are happening in Abigail Land.
That's
apart from
intense.
I just got this today.
Supergirl.
Which is a bit old,
Supergirl, nice.
but this is a classic series, the New 52 Supergirl. It's dark as shit. It's so good. It's classic DC dark comics.
Yeah.
Because Kara Zor-El in this was like, she had no idea Krypton was destroyed. She didn't speak the language. She comes to Earth and her family's dead. Her friends, all her life is gone. Her parents are dead, and she had no idea. And she freaks out, and like she doesn't even have the same connection to humanity that Superman does. And she also doesn't have the restraint that Kal-El has. Because he's lived a life on Earth, and he's always had to like pull his punches and watch himself. But she was just full on, and it's a great. I've ordered the whole series, but only the first one. And what's this? This is number 5, where she's so enraged. She's so enraged by what's happened to her that a red lantern ring comes to her. She doesn't even seek it out. It comes to her, and she becomes a Red Lantern.
Ooh!
I can't wait.
Yeah,
nice.
It was recommended to me by a friend, and I've read the first one. It's just really good.
Yeah, the TV show kind of explored little bits of those kind of alternate universes throughout its lifespan.
Yeah, the TV show. I love the TV show. It's really great, but it's Supergirl in the CW TV show is pretty much just a female version of Superman.
Yeah.
Like
that's why I like
completely, and it's not what Supergirl is all about. But I still love it. I still watch it.
Want to say a quick hello to 1993 Movie Man.
Hello.
And Safa, I'm curious why you think Supergirl is cancelled.
Because you don't think it is. I think he means the TV series.
The TV show is ending. That's what.
The TV show. It's run its course.
I mean, 6 years is a long time.
What, 6 years? Yeah. So that's fine.
Who has seen the movie Brightburn? It's hello, person in the background of Fox. Brightburn is essentially, I think it's a Zack Snyder film actually, but it's a film, and it's basically what if, like, Superman kid, but in teenage years becomes psychopathic piece of shit instead of becoming champion of justice.
I've heard of this movie. I haven't seen it.
I'm Googling that right now.
It's pretty good. It's on.
Yeah.
It's on one of the streaming services,
Yep.
but yeah, it's
you beat
basically Brightburn is what if Superman but fucked up
Whoa.
teenager.
Wow.
Oh,
That's a scary
this
proposition.
reminds me of something you
It's-
said,
it's-
Abigail.
Directed by David Urupsky, written by Mark Gunn and Brian Gunn. So
Oh, it's the guns.
So
Sorry,
yeah,
it came out sexy, clear eyes.
that's awesome.
Sorry, I just
Check
have to
out
cut off the end bit, so I'll just be over here. You're
check out that.
Wrapping that up.
Oh, check out the guns on Abigail.
Wow.
So nah. This is actually I have been working out, but only as pain relief stuff.
Yeah. So Abigail, something that you wanted.
I gotta find. And I gotta turn my torch on. Fun fact: my phone. I just squeeze the edges and the torch comes
And
on.
it becomes
That's
a
neat.
flash.
How cool is that?
So something
trying to
funny
find
that Abigail said was she was complaining that that Justice League Snyder Cut wasn't widescreen. Well, I got good news. They took several little short scenes from Snyder Cut, and they cropped them without permission, recolored them, and put them into a trailer along with the Justice League, and put those in a trailer. So if you want to see Zack Snyder's vision absolutely hacked up for the second time, there's a brand new trailer on the Warner Brothers YouTube channel. Go enjoy it. You're gonna love it. It's full widescreen.
Okay.
That was funny. I saw that, and like first I was pissed off they did that, and then I was like, "That's funny that they did that."
Snyder's Justice League was meant to be IMAX. Yeah, that's why it's square.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, good news. I'm fully vaccinated. Yay!
That is good news, man.
Fully-
Look at this. Look at my sexy clear eyes.
Oh, that is nice. I can see his face
that
right
is
through that.
very
That's
Unfortunately,
nice.
I can't get vaccinated at the moment because the
Not yet.
only vaccine we have here is the AstraZeneca
Yeah,
vaccine,
you want a
and
different.
I have clotting issues.
Oh yeah,
So
you
I
do.
literally
yeah,
can't get
no. Oh, shit.
a different one.
and
Yeah.
it
Hopefully
sucks.
when they-
But we don't
That's-
have a
that
different
would be
one
When
here.
they chip it in, hopefully they'll get one. For you.
When they do, they're gonna let me know. But literally, the Australian government has fucked things up so much that there's no
Yeah,
other
they have.
alternative
Well,
at the
Yep,
moment.
they have.
Yeah. In time, it'll come.
It will.
Yeah,
Second half of this year. Second half.
It'll be
of this
all
year.
right. It's gonna be okay. They're gonna get figured out.
It'll be okay. Second half of this year, Abigail. But yeah. I love it. 1993 movie, man. You think racism and homophobia is a sign of insecurity? You will fit in well here, my friend. You will fit in
I
well.
reckon you're on the money there.
I reckon you might be onto something.
Yeah.
Well, I had no side effects. Nothing. My arm didn't even really hurt. It was nothing.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, I recommend
So,
the Pfizer one.
I'm getting
Mine-
bog standard flu vaccine next week. Yeah, just your annual flu vaccine.
Hey man,
And
Okay.
apparently you're meant to wait at least a couple of weeks before getting a COVID vaccine after that. So towards the end of May, I'll get my first
About a month
because
or so.
I'm over 50. So, I'm going to get my first AstraZeneca towards the end of May. And
wow.
Bob's your auntie's live-in lover.
Congratulations.
So,
I'm
yeah.
happy for you.
Yeah. So I'm pretty happy about it too.
Yeah, my mate just recently got the COVID jabs, and right before we started moving an actual truckload of garden mulch with shovels and wheelbarrows, apparently manual labor is a good thing to do after. Somebody said.
Okay.
Yeah, it
I don't know
can
if
help.
that's
It
true or
can
not.
help. It can help because they inject it right into your arm muscle. So if you do exercise, it can kind of help it from stiffening up, and because you can get a really bad arm pain from all three of them if you don't sit there and kind of work the muscle a little bit.
Well, he's certainly got plenty of muscle. Good
for him.
Because I'm on a volunteer team to help with maintenance of the church grounds, and these work crew come over and say, "Hey, you guys want some free garden mulch?" And we're going, "Yeah, all right." And they go, "Right, we'll pick your spot to dump it." And we go, "Oh yeah, in this garden here." they didn't quite get the truck to the garden. It dumped because the truck was too tall and the tree branches got in the way. So we lost 3 car parking spaces to this pile of garden mulch.
That usually happens.
Sorry, am I the only one thinking of the young ones at this point? One of the last episodes where like Rick thought
I'll be right back.
Neil, and these guys show up with a big truckload of compost and saying we want to dump it in your garden. And he's going like, "You're not doing a 2-ton poo in my garden." He goes, "Oh, I just thought you'd like to bury that dead hippie you just murdered." And he's going like, and he's just like, "No, it's not a hippie. It's a garden gnome I broke." And then a garden gnome starts talking in an Irish accent going, "It's not a garden gnome. It's a hippie. He's murdered a hippie." And just,
in true young
that
ones
really
style.
surreal twist the young ones would always take.
Yeah.
But,
So
They were good for
after
that.
the gun show just before, I just found the weights I'm using to strengthen my arms, and don't laugh. That's what I'm up to.
Kilogram, nice. Nice.
Yeah,
that
One
counts.
kilo.
It's reps.
Um,
It's reps that what counts.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah.
That's absolutely true. It actually doesn't matter that much whether you go heavyweight or lightweight. You still build muscle.
Yeah.
Cool.
Oh, okay. I want to throw out because Chokin and Ashes on I are approximately the same age. Talking about being obsessed with the young ones when it came out. It came out when I was at uni, and the ABC literally advertised it as this show is going to offend everybody. And I had like my first serious girlfriend to come back to my place. We'll watch this show that's on the ABC, and it's pretty funny because this is like, you know, pre-streaming, and although we had a video recorder, I could have recorded it. And she came over to watch, and it was the sick episode. It's the one where they're all sick, and Neil sneezes and shoots like lethal bolts of snot out every time he sneezes. It's absolutely disgusting. And we were watching this, and I'm giggling, but this young lady who I'm trying to impress sort of has her head down and is doing this, and I'm going, "Oh, I fucked up. She hates it. I fucked up." And I went, you know, like, and she looked up and went, she's like, "I can't stop laughing. I'm just trying." And I thought, "Oh, she's a keeper. She's a keeper." I thought her head down was she hated it, but her head down was she couldn't stop laughing, and she was silent laughing with her head down. And I thought,
funny.
Anytime
funny.
someone sneezes, someone sneezes, I can't help but think of the scene in The Young Ones where Neil and Rick are in the broom closet, and when Neil sneezes, it blows the doors off.
Yes.
That's funny. Good old
sneeze. God, you just reminded me that you know how YouTube is the home to weird, fucked up people. There are people, like every weird fetish. There are people who obsessively look for videos where people show their feet, and there are one which was a new one for me is sneezes, particularly attractive women sneezing. And
That's
someone
funny.
who I was friends with back in the day, she had one of her vlogs, and she left a sneeze in when she sneezed while she was talking. And this video was getting way more views than most of her things. So she go, "It's cool for whatever reason. A lot of people watching this." And then one day she said, "Oh, I looked at the comments and someone had put in a timestamp. And I checked the timestamp, and it was when I sneezed. And then there were these other reply comments, or don't tip her off, don't let her know." And she's like, "Oh, there are all these fucking weirdos who have a thing about watching women sneeze." And I'm like, you know.
Well, what's the
Funny.
expression? If it exists, there will be porn of it.
Absolutely. It's just like...
Well,
ridiculous.
to be fair, okay, so I used to work with a guy who has albinoism, and he was a programmer. I actually trained him up as a junior programmer. But we were having a conversation with one of the salesmen about this very topic, and then he just piped up and said, "I challenge you to find albino dwarf porn."
That's funny.
and I've never found it ever.
Never found it, not yet.
Albino dwarf porn.
Not yet.
Yeah, you need to go on the Chan. It'll be on the Chans.
Mind you, this was like 20 years ago. So
Yeah,
I'm sure somebody's made it by
15
now.
years ago. So maybe.
I'm not quite
But-
curious enough to go find it or go looking
Yeah,
for it,
same.
but I'm sure it'll exist by now.
Oh,
because it was always the joke if you were talking about,
But-
you know, extremism, you'd talk about, you know, dwarf porn or something, and it absolutely exists.
Oh,
But yeah, so it's not just finding one video of it; it's finding a genre of it. That's the challenge.
yes. Well, you know, as the population gets bigger, you know, let's say if you say there's a certain percentage of people with a fetish or something, even if the percentage remains the same, as the population grows, that number of people will grow. Therefore, the demand will increase. So sooner or
Yeah.
later, if it isn't a
That's
thing
your
yet,
logic.
it'll become one.
Yeah.
As long as it's ethical. then-
Yes.
Yeah,
Ethical, with
That's
consent.
one thing
not
the adult
exploitative.
industry is not always known for. I mean, it depends on what sector of the adult industry, just to be fair, because there are some very controlled professional sectors where it's actually very ethical. But there
Yeah.
are some sectors that are definitely not.
That was kind of the weird thing about Ron Jeremy, who is now justly facing a whole succession of sexual assault charges. He hid behind being a character that was a gross sleazebag, but he was actually a gross sleazebag who crossed boundaries and didn't listen when people said no and whatnot. And so when women started coming forward saying, no, he sexually assaulted me, I said no, and he wouldn't stop. And they're going, oh, but it was wrong. What do you expect? And you go, no, that's a crime. And eventually people went, yeah, it is, isn't it? It's actually a crime.
Yeah.
Isn't it sad that people need to be reminded of that? Like, we actually have to educate
Yeah.
people about consent. I find that tremendously sad.
Choking on Ashes. Sorry, I just want to say Choking on Ashes is going to go for a walk, which is a lovely thing to do. You absolutely don't need to apologize about leaving us in 5 minutes, because going for a walk with your sister is a fantastic thing to do.
Sounds
Great idea.
wonderful.
1993 Movie Man's been talking about Angry Joe, saying he's basically an obnoxious Mexican Texan dude who likes to yell every sentence and shoot shit while reviewing video games angrily. Okay. That's a thing. That's a thing. Oh, he was a buddy of Nostalgia Critic, because of course he fucking was. Okay. I've been thinking about doing some streams with gaming. I was looking at what I have on my Steam thing, and I've got Far Cry 5 would be a pretty funny one for me to stream while playing, because it's about shooting a bunch of religious extremists.
It's going to get me that game.
It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny.
Or Red Dead
It's
Redemption
like in West Virginia or something. So all your allies are these rednecks who have
Cypher's on it there.
yeah. Your allies are lots of rednecks who have lots of guns, but don't like the idea of this weird as fuck cult telling them what to do. They don't want the government to tell them what to do, but they also don't want this weird as fuck cult. Wow, suddenly an echo just came out of nowhere.
Hang on, let me mute.
Yeah, so, yeah, no, I think it was actually your end, Abigail. So I don't know why. That just suddenly started happening.
Oh, it's back.
Just now.
Yeah, no, it's your end. It suddenly started happening. Don't know what caused that. That was really weird.
Yeah.
Mega Leech is
Poor
correcting me.
Abigail.
Far Cry 5 is in Montana, which may
Yeah,
as
Far Cry
well
5
be,
is in Montana. Yeah.
may as well be West Virginia. So
Might as well. I mean, to be
might
honest.
as well be.
Abigail, you look like you need a hug now.
Because you have to put headset on. Oh no! I hope it doesn't give you a headache.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, poor Abigail. Is there a virtual hug emoji? Somebody should send Abigail a hug.
I think there
I
is.
feel sad now.
Oh no! Oh no!
It was
Or
so
Stella.
comfortable without a headset.
Stella, come cheer her up.
It-
Come
it-
on.
But it was so weird because it worked for ages, and just
That was
out
weird.
of the
It's
blue,
great, man. It was
this
fun.
Very
mad,
strange.
mad
Yeah.
echo started.
I always expect
That's
my
weird.
end to generate echoes and feedback because I've got this enormous friggin' microphone and I'm just using regular speakers.
But apparently, you've got a clever mic that doesn't do it, which is nice.
Well, it might be the pickup pattern I've selected on it too.
I appreciate the hugs, everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Safra asking,
Feel better.
why isn't there an East Virginia? I don't know. There's Virginia and there's West
Oh, well, the
Virginia.
reason why there's a West Virginia and a Virginia is because the two states separated from each other in the Civil War, and they never
Yeah.
reunited.
Yeah. And there's North and South
And I don't think
Dakota
they
as well.
No, there's no reason to. But no. So in other words, Virginia's full of racists, and West Virginia wasn't. But now they're both full of racists.
I actually have internet friends in West Virginia, and I just love calling it West by God, Virginia. And
I want to host a big racist bigot convention so that I can lock them all in the building and throw a bomb in there. Oh, hang on, I can't say that. That would be
Wow,
violence.
but hey,
do you
you're
remember John
Allegedly.
Safran? John Safran, who is a interesting and problematic individual, but does interesting stuff. He did a thing once where he got he was like saying he was doing an interview for radio, and he had a Holocaust denier.
Oh, wow.
And he locked the guy in the studio, but he had this cylinder of gas that he'd like labeled Zyklon B, and he put a hose through the gap in the door. and he left the studio and he's going like, fuck you.
That's funny.
And there was this guy sitting in the studio wondering if it was a joke or if a particularly zealous Jew had decided to murder him.
That's so
Yeah.
good.
In all seriousness, we won't actually solve hate with more hate,
No.
tempting as it is.
But there's
The
that
paradox of the paradox of
tolerance. Yeah.
tolerance.
You can't
sometimes-
tolerate intolerance.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sometimes that's the only alternative.
I think
And
it's
it's-
named
and
out.
definitely
useful to
shouldn't
get
give these
angry.
hooting
It's
dickholes
useful
a
to get
platform.
angry.
Yeah, we definitely shouldn't give these hooting racist dickholes a platform.
Correct.
And that was with the old Angry Aussie channel. That's what I said. The reason I'm doing the angry stuff and shouting and whatnot is because you get told you shouldn't be angry, you shouldn't shout, you shouldn't cause a scene. And that's usually said by people who are doing shit that makes you justifiably angry.
Yep.
So I will do the shouting, I will do the abusing, so you don't have to. Watch my videos, get the catharsis of me telling these people to go fuck themselves, and and we'll be happy that way. Because that whole thing about don't be angry, is usually put about by people who are doing some fucked up shit that you should be
And
very
there's
angry
people who just don't like to be confronted with reality.
Mm.
They don't want to deal with things that are really bad. They just like to pretend it's not there. And when somebody, stands up and says, well, it is there, it's fucked, and I'm dead against it, and I'm going to make that known. And people go, oh, you're making me uncomfortable. You're making me think about things I don't want to think about.
Yeah.
Stella just in the comments there's talking about a Nazi in the doctor's waiting room today. Wow. That's
Wanted to punch him.
Welcome to the channel, everybody.
All of the staff were people this Nazi would have a problem with. I'd give that Nazi medication, a very specific medication,
Possibly.
an overdose of it.
Yeah, there's a really famous photo of a guy in a Klan costume who'd been really seriously injured in a rally where some anti-Klan people fucked him up like he fucking deserved. And he's in an emergency ward, and more than half the medical staff working on him are black, and he's still wearing the Klan robes, and all these black people are fighting to save his life because I think someone stabbed him several times like he fucking deserved. And all
kind
these
of
black,
ironic, isn't it?
yeah, more than half of the medical staff in the photo are black, and they're fighting to save his life. Which
Talk about the irony is so thick you could cut it with a knife.
Yeah, he doesn't deserve it. But of course, medical staff 99 times out of 100 will do everything possible for someone who doesn't deserve it. I can imagine there are some cases where the medical staff know the context of how this person ended up getting fucked up, and they go, "Oh, I think he was dead when he got here. Wait, he's a child molester. He sexually assaulted 20 children, and one of the parents found him and stabbed him in the throat. Yeah, he was dead when he got here." I reckon occasionally they do that.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I remember this story.
Death by natural causes.
Yeah, it was natural causes.
Yeah, it's natural causes.
A knife in one's heart naturally ends one's life.
It does. It does.
Yeah, it's natural causes.
Yeah, exactly.
He fell on the knife, to be honest.
Here's an encouraging story. Now, this is quite an old story. I remember seeing this on television some years back. It was about a guy who was a Klan member who he reformed. He encountered a African American preacher. And the preacher was just doing the Christian thing, all love. And shook hands, and then this guy's going, "Oh, I've shaken hands with a black guy here," and the preacher just goes, "Don't worry, it doesn't rub off." Anyway, all throughout the interactions that proceeded along this story, it involved burning this preacher's house down, and then he still responded with love in return. And this after a number of exchanges and really hateful behavior towards this guy, he just couldn't continue to hate him anymore.
Yeah.
And
I've heard stories
he reformed.
about black men who do this, who just you kill them with kindness and show them that they're wrong.
And they reclaim dozens of like Klan members and whatnot. But it's like, dude, there are too many of them. Like, good on you.
Hi, Laura.
But there are too fucking many of these. Hi, Laura.
Yeah.
Hello.
I mean, it's one person at a time is not going to work, but it's something, and it's
it's admirable. It's admirable. It's great.
Yeah, absolutely.
And some people are determined not to behave like a human being and just won't be de-radicalized, unfortunately.
Yeah. And we're seeing more and more of that. And it's just like, maybe it's not my job to de-radicalize someone who's turned to do. Oh, Laura, I thought you might want to join. To save you scrolling back and finding the link, I will post the link again. So Safer in the chat appears to be a Serbian nationalist. Good for you, buddy. I don't think any Serbian nationalist has ever done anything dangerous that has caused problems for the world.
Never. No.
Archduke Ferdinand, I don't think that was a problem.
No.
So, yeah.
What could possibly go wrong?
I'm just going like, hey, I'm being sarcastic about a war that killed tens of millions of people.
Monetized?
No, you're being sarcastic about the Seminole tragedy, which is what led up to the war that killed tens of millions of people.
I think you are being pedantic.
Yeah.
Yes,
Laura,
I am.
I just want to throw in, Laura, something's wrong at your end. StreamYard is saying you don't have a microphone or a camera, so it's not letting me add you. So I don't know what's happening, Oren. But okay, to actually go back to the whole World War I and the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand, that was one of the weirdest things in fucking history.
Oh my God.
Because if you didn't know, the Serbian nationalist who decided to assassinate Ferdinand, he failed And that didn't work. And he gave up, and he was literally just sitting in a cafe having a cup of coffee saying, God, that sucked. And there was a traffic jam outside the cafe, and he looked out the window, and Archduke Ferdinand's car was stuck in traffic right outside the cafe. And he just went, bugger me. And
That's a Marcellus Wallace moment there.
He just walked out with his gun and just went bang, and World War One happened. That was like if you believe in cosmic forces were just going, yeah, World War One's going to happen, guys.
It's happening.
Okay, Laura, I think it's going to work now. Laura,
Laura.
Hello there.
Hello.
What a lovely way.
G'day.
Lovely to hear your voice.
Good day, mate.
Do you know, I listened
You have to work on that accent,
to the
Chris.
start of World War One. I'm pretty sure I heard something on some TV show some time ago saying something. What was it? The Archduke shot an ostrich because he was hungry.
Yep, that was basically what happened. That is essentially what happened. Yes.
Sounds delicious.
It also seems to be time for my semi-regular endorsement of the Behind the Bastards podcast.
Yep.
He has some great episodes where he researched how in the late 19th century there was just this expansion of arms sales. It was the birth of the modern military industrial complex that made World War One inevitable, because so many European powers bought so many weapons that they were all going, the bloke next door's got all these guns. I've got to start a war before he gets even more.
Yeah.
Because that's just how fucked when you give people absolute power. And in the late 19th and early 20th century in Europe, the heads of state had absolute power and they could do stupid shit that resulted in tens of millions of people getting killed because of their fucking egos. That's
what kept the Spanish economy going throughout the entire war. And then when the war ended, the Spanish economy imploded.
You know, it's actually ironic because World War One was effectively started due to having this great idea of mutually assured destruction. That if we arm everybody, there can't be any war.
It doesn't really work like that.
The arms dealers, because the guns could just kill people, they couldn't kill countries. Nuclear weapons could kill countries. The arms dealers in the lead up to World War One, they were just like, hey, I literally just sold a fuck ton of guns to your neighbor. You probably should buy a fuck ton of guns.
He got guns. You want some guns? We got some guns.
And they just got to the stage where it was like they were playing poker with tens of millions of lives. They go, if I start a war now, they won't be sufficiently armed to defeat me. And it's just fucked.
It's horrible. It's horrible. And a lot of that thinking went into World War II with countries continuing a war that they had lost, but kept going and killing and killing and killing until they finally won.
Yeah.
Notably the Allies.
The crazy thing about it is, and something a lot of people don't realize, that there was an awful lot of propaganda going on during World War One, and the Germans were told that they were winning, that they were doing well.
Oh yeah.
And one of the massive radicalizations, from Hitler was effectively, wait a minute, we were told we're doing really well, and suddenly they surrender. What the hell? Obviously, it's someone else's fault, and that someone was the Jews. But it really came down to, suddenly they lost, and like, what the hell happened there? We were stabbed in the back by the politicians,
and that's why World War II happened. Because Germany sold itself the story, we would have won World War One, but the elites, the Jews, sold us out. And
that's mostly because Germany wasn't invaded in World War One, which it should have been. It wasn't occupied, but was that invaded?
I'm just looking at the chat because I mentioned Behind the Bastards. Stella said, yep, I was thinking of that too. She says her shrink was telling you the other day to listen to some positive affirmation podcasts, and she didn't appreciate me saying I only listen to Behind the Bastards and another podcast about MK Ultra.
Most of
Stella,
the shrinks
Stella,
are
listen
packet
to the
anyway.
Blind Boy podcast. The two podcasts I always talk about, Behind the Bastards, because it tells you how horrible people are, and the Blind Boy podcast, because he's a very funny comedian who's also very well educated and talks a lot about positive mental health and whatnot. So the Blind Boy podcast is a balance to Behind the Bastards.
Also, the Tolkien professor.
Oh, okay.
Because
Good one.
He's bloody brilliant and he knows his shit. And
Nice.
it's just fascinating hearing him talk about the works of Tolkien.
Yeah. If AZ was here, he would recommend this terrible one that I don't like that he told me to listen to. I think the guy behind it is like a gay porn star or something. And he's just, everything is super crass and disgusting. And I'm like, I don't actually find that entertaining. And AZ's going, I do. And it's like, okay, good. I don't even remember.
There's a podcast I used to there's a podcast I used to listen to when my depression was at its worst, and it's called the Mental Illness Happy Hour.
Okay.
And it's great. It's a bit of also super serious about certain things, and like he has people with mental illness on and interviews them, and yeah, that's a great one. That's where I learnt that the daughter of Walter Koenig, who played Chekhov, suffers from anxiety and depression because he was a shit dad.
Oh no! Okay, cool.
Yeah. That's
a fun thing to learn.
Yeah, don't have heroes. Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Exactly.
I actually made a video years ago called "Don't Have Heroes," and I said there's two reasons to not have heroes. First is because it's not fair to you because everyone's fucked and everyone will have failings. Second, it's not fair to other people to put them on a pedestal and expect perfection from them because everyone has failings.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The idea of calling someone a hero and expecting perfection from them is just bound to cause disappointment on both fronts. So
correct.
I mean,
yeah, absolutely.
Oh my god!
And as I said,
sorry,
don't put me on a pedestal because I'm frightened of heights.
Yeah, that's an excellent way of putting it.
That's a really good point.
Yeah. Sorry, Choking on Ashes. You've never listened to Behind the Bastards. Oh my God. There are hundreds of Behind the Bastards podcasts. It's great. He's a journalist and he actually researches. He just goes, okay, what is there you don't know about a horrible person from history? Like Hitler was essentially into young adult romantic fiction.
Yep.
Saddam Hussein wrote very horny fanfic. And
Marilyn Monroe apparently was a complete and utter disgusting slob. Like, hoarder level. She used to have like half-eaten hamburgers tucked under her bed sheets, and shit like just the worst, grossest crap you've ever heard.
Nice.
Yeah,
Who'd have thought? Yeah.
I actually have a story about Saddam Hussein.
Go.
Oh, when I was downloading torrents back in the day on LimeWire, I downloaded something that was a
Hang
video.
on, BitTorrent wasn't a thing during.
And I don't know what it was called. It was 20 years ago, but it was called LimeWire.
Okay.
Anyway.
Yes.
So I downloaded this video, and I think it was like a movie or something, and I go to play it, and it's not a movie. It's the hanging of Saddam Hussein, which was censored on every video sharing website. So I just go to play it, and I'm like, wait, what the fuck is it? And he just, boom, I watched the hanging. That's the last hanging I watched, and the first hanging I've watched. And I hope I never watch another one for the rest of my life. It was god awful.
I downloaded something once, and it was who was They were in the Caucasian region, but it started with a guy being knifed in the neck, and then this guy speaking a Central European language about how that man was evil. And I was like, what the fuck did I just watch? My 18, 19-year-old brain is scarred.
Yeah.
What the hell was that?
There's some, and you
Yeah.
can't unsee these things.
You can't unsee it.
Yeah.
I know exactly what you mean. There's a website, or used to be at least, called Rotten. And I went on there
that's
once,
early YouTube horror. Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, early
So-
internet horror.
Yeah, so one of the things that was on there was like babies in bottles, like abortions that not abortions, excuse me, children
yeah.
that have been born who
Miscarriages.
died really quick, and they or miscarriages or something like that, and they just had like
Yes.
tentacle for a leg or something. That was exaggeration there, of course, but and so you sort of look and it's like, okay, there's a picture of a guy with a motorbike and someone is going to put a piece of steel wire across and it's lopped his head off.
Oh my!
And he's lying on the ground. It's like, okay. And then there was this picture of, like a, biker, like, Guns of Anarchy type of thing, and wearing an open face helmet. And
I've
he'd had
seen
an
that one.
accident, and it basically looked like someone had like bitten on a detonator and just exploded his mouth. Imagine when you got a soup, when you blow bubble gum and it kind of bursts and goes over your lips and mouth and everything.
Yeah.
That was his face.
That's a very
yeah,
unpleasant
Basically
I've
gone
seen that
forward
one.
and smacked it on the bike. It's like,
This
wow.
is very
Yeah.
I had to turn it off after that.
is to please never use an open face helmet on a motorbike.
Yeah, no, because you hit the road and it's all over. Yeah.
Yep.
You have a very bad day.
Yeah.
Yeah, those
But
are
Rotten.com, the two that stand out in my memory, or one they call Mexican garbage truck tragedy, where, those old garbage trucks that have the crusher thing in it. A guy's fallen into it when the thing was coming down, and the whole, like, above his jaw is just gone because it got crushed in there. That was a fun one. And the other one was someone who had actually been beaten to death with a baseball bat. That makes a mess of your head. So the forensic photos, they'd got a hold of the forensic photos from a morgue, and it was just like, yeah, okay. Being beaten to death with a baseball bat is clearly not a good way to go. So
real bad for your health. In fact, an open face helmet would help you in that situation.
Oh, sorry. I just want to go in chat. Ahmed saying a lot of Iraqis yearn for the Saddam Hussein years. He may have been cruel, but he provided economic prosperity, strength, order. It was, it was a lot more fucking ordered than post-US invasion.
Yeah, he signed.
He was the leader that area needed.
Yeah, he signed for he signed a treaty with the U.S. Then we just fucked them over. Don't get me wrong, Saddam Hussein was a brutal goddamn dictator, but the stoplights in Baghdad stopped working the day he was thrown out of office, and they didn't get turned on until last year.
Yeah,
imagine 20 years without stoplights.
It was a bad misadventure, basically.
But we never invaded that country.
And there are way worse people than Saddam Hussein.
Oh yeah.
There were Italians who miss Mussolini. There are Germans who miss Hitler.
Yeah.
There no matter how bad someone
That's
is.
true argument.
So Saddam
stability of the country
is so far down the list of horrible people. He was a horrible person.
Yeah, he was terrible.
But he was far down the list.
He was brutal. But that region's
oil
kind of
and money.
I mean, like if we're talking about the war crime index, I mean, the U.S. is far higher than Saddam. I mean, let's be honest here.
Yeah. Look at one of the great Behind the Bastards episode was about the School of the Americas. It was about in the mid 20th century, post World War II, US was by far the most prosperous nation in the world. And instead of helping the rest of the world, they got paranoid and they thought the Soviets are going to take everything from us. So we have to fuck anyone who seems to be flirting with communism. And they basically trained genocidal dictators. And it was like the School of the Americas is responsible for millions of deaths.
It is fucking genocidal what we did in the name of stopping communism, because the Soviet
Mostly in South America.
yeah, because Soviet state capitalism, which is what it ended up becoming, isn't really even communism anyway. So we were fighting an enemy that, an ideology that literally was just the other side of capitalism. It's like, what if capitalism is just owned by the state? That's literally what the Soviet Union became in the end. So we were fighting ourselves. It's really what it ended up being. And we murdered all these people who probably would have never even done a quarter of the policies the Soviet Union did, because, they wanted to be happy. The Soviet Union became a military state capitalist dictatorship because the U.S. was just like, we need to kill you.
Yeah.
What's funny is Grenada. I'm going to say funny. It's not really funny, but you know what I mean. Grenada was effectively Ronald Reagan's pledge to reduce communism, but there wasn't a lot of reduction going on. So they decided to go after Grenada because some Cuban nationals were contractors were building an airport for the tourist industry.
Yeah.
And
that was enough for us to fuck you over.
Yeah.
I mean, they were like it's just.
Anyone ever noticed how Christian nations are often very anti-socialist? Now, there's actually quite a number of parts of the Bible that are clearly, at the very least, socialist, if not outright communist.
Yeah, that's really true. No, but that's very true fact.
People who are all biblical literalists, people who are a bit, literalists with the Bible, and it's funny how they don't take that part literally.
I watched.
What was the line? What was the line? Wasn't it something like, "It's easiest for a camel to go through the eye of a needle
than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God." There's loads of things like that. Jesus talked against owning things. Jesus' disciples were all communist.
Yes.
They sold all of their possessions and gave the money to people based on their need. And there was one man who kept some stuff for himself. He died.
Yep. Yeah, it's very true. It's very, very, very true. The teachings of Jesus is socialism. It's you help the poor. The
lead up to that famous line about camel passing through the eye of a needle is Jesus with his disciples, and a rich man comes to him and says, "Your teachings are amazing. I love your teachings. Everything you're saying is great. How can I join you and march towards the kingdom of heaven?" And Jesus says, "Give up everything you own. You cannot enter the kingdom of heaven." And the guy goes, yeah, the guy's like, that idea kind of sucks, and walks away. And that's when, and that was when Jesus said to his disciples, "It's easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven." That's in the Bible. He literally says, if you want to enter the kingdom of heaven, give up all of your worldly possessions. That's the only way.
As an atheist, I'd have to say my favorite Jesus moment in the Bible was when like a bunch of poor people are giving money to help support his cause, and it's tiny amounts, and this rich person came and said, "Oh, I'm going to give lots and lots of money," and did, and can I have a special place in the sermon or what? I don't remember. I'm paraphrasing. And Jesus said, "No, these poor people had far less to give than you did.
They gave more of what they had.
Gave more than you did."
Yeah. There's a similar passage when all the rich people are putting money into the coffers for the temple, clattering gold and silver and the like, and this woman drops, she's a widow, and she drops just a couple of coins in, and her last coins is all she had, and Jesus said that's true generosity, because proportional to what she had, she gave absolutely everything.
Yeah, she gave everything, and everybody else.
I think that's the one I'm thinking of. I think
it's something. It
probably
something like that.
One of my favorite ones is where I believe it's the Pharisees in the temple are selling stuff and becoming rich, and then Jesus
in the temple,
Jesus just grabs a whip, flips tables, and just starts beating the crap out of them.
One of my favorite lines when someone says,
"My father's house into a marketplace."
when someone says, "What would Jesus do?" Remember, flipping tables and chasing capitalists with a whip is on offer.
It's in the wheelhouse. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's one of them.
One of my favorite interviews with an American pastor is I'm not sure what denomination of Christianity is, but he said that I think it was Catholic. He said Catholicism and Christianity is literally anti-capitalist. Capitalism is a sin. Yes. I mean, I have to teach all the time. I have to unlearn people from capitalism. It's my hardest job. And that
it's amazing how
resonates so much for me. And the other thing I noticed too is when I was in socialist groups and politically active back in college and everything, we were out there fighting a good fight. A lot of people that were in the organization were religious, and they went to Unitarian churches, which were non-denominational, and they never once did the thing where they were like, "You don't believe in Jesus? I believe in Jesus," because that wasn't their point. Their job wasn't to give people religion. Their job was to help people, and they cared more about that than anything else. So,
hey, Angry, I've got a little picture for you, which I think you'll really enjoy.
A picture.
All right, let me have a look.
Okay, it is just one of my favorite little memes out there. Sometimes when I'm faced with a tough decision, I think to myself, what would God do? Then I go on a genocidal rampage.
Fantastic. I love it. Let's do it right now.
I always say to
it's funny because it's true.
As in, I don't say what would Jesus do, because I wouldn't do what Jesus did. I'm not going to the cross for anyone.
Fair, absolutely
fair enough.
I'm not voluntarily getting flogged to the point where muscles are ripped off my body and then nailed
that
to
sounds
a cross.
horrible.
I'm not doing that for anyone.
No,
that sounds
and we're
horrifying.
not called to anyway.
Something interesting on crucifixion.
Yes.
At the time it happened, we all know the Romans were the main thing. Emperor Nero being the emperor at the time, right?
Yeah.
They would not have used a cross. It would have just been a stake in the ground that he got tied to.
Yeah.
It was either a stake in the ground or some of them were X-shaped. The cross that you're talking about wasn't very common because they didn't have tall enough trees.
Yeah.
It
did come
they might
later,
have had some of those, but it was definitely more common to have either the tall stake or just the X-shaped thing, and they're often just laid against buildings.
A stake in the ground. A stake in the ground is a shot over the bow when you're going to go after a vampire.
Yeah, that's it. There's a comic I've seen circulated online a bit that I think is hilarious. It's like aliens, they've just landed their flying saucer and come down, and they've seen crucifixions. And there's 3 people crucified, which strongly suggests it's Jesus and the 2 thieves. But there's 2 aliens, and they've come down, and they've seen these people nailed to crosses. And one says to the other, "You know what we've got to do now? We've got to get the fuck out of here and never come back."
Very true.
Because they've just looked at it and saying it's so horrifying. We cannot have anything to do with these people.
The fundamentalists, there's one thing that I would always say to the fundamentalists, and that's actually a quote from the time of the crucifixion, when you have Jesus on the cross with the 2, one either side of him, and one of them is mocking him. Now, the scriptures show that Jesus never acknowledged the person mocking him, didn't bother with him, didn't condemn him, didn't even acknowledge him. And the other one acknowledged him and said, "Hey, don't you fear God? We're both thieves and we're being punished accordingly, but this man did nothing wrong." And then he said, "Remember me." Now, Jesus just looked at him and just said, "This day you'll be with me in paradise." Now, that man never, ever had time to get his doctrine right.
Yeah.
So anytime you come across a fundamentalist and a literalist and all that sort of shit, you can just remind them of things like that. Another thing is the rich man thing. The rest of that quote, of course, goes, when somebody said, "Well, how can any of us get in there?" And Jesus simply said, "What's impossible for man is possible for my Father." We don't save ourselves. Christians don't save themselves. No one saves themselves.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So anytime you come across somebody who thinks their shit doesn't stink and they're better than you because they've got more the accurate doctrine and all that sort of shit, you can just quietly laugh to yourself because you know for a fact they are wrong.
God is the only one that is worthy. Sorry,
that's right.
God is the only one that chooses who is worthy of heaven.
In general, you shouldn't act like you're better than anybody else. Just in general.
Yeah, agree.
It's not
No
nice,
one's better
it's
than
rude. And I think it's a good thing that one of the good things about Christianity is it teaches people to not be dicks to other people. You're all the same.
The concept of the golden rule, do unto others, it transcends religion. It's just
Just do it. Whether you have faith or not,
just be nice to people.
Being decent to each other isn't a bad idea, is it?
I was about to say, you don't have to believe in a supreme being to just be nice to people.
Exactly.
It's not that
great prophets, as the great prophets once said, be excellent to each other.
Yeah.
Bill and Ted.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just want to say
also an Australian comedian called Jim Jeffries, who once said, if I was writing a Bible, it would have just one rule. Try to be a good person. If you can do that Try not to be an arsehole. If you can do that every day, you'll be a good person.
Sounds pretty reasonable. As you can see, I'm being a good Anglican.
Nice. Good work.
Anglicans and wine, I tell you.
In case that didn't come out, I want to say hi to Lemonhead in the chat. And A Brown 70, want to know when's the comedy on? Sorry, my friend, we're a little unpredictable. We might be talking about funny
I made
stuff.
us all religious for a while, but we can go back to
be nerding the fuck out, or we might be talking about deep philosophical questions. It's impossible to tell what's going to happen.
Speaking of comedy, I know for a fact that I am owed some farm animals for some past relationships that I never got. But it says in one of the pictures somewhere, I just want my fucking farm animal.
Yep. I want to know why the fuck I can't own New Zealanders. Like the Bible says I'm not allowed to own my neighbors as slaves. Where I want to own a couple of New Zealanders. Like, come on.
You get down there and you get them.
Speaking of which, if anyone's interested, I legit have a 1050 Ti for sale.
That's rarer than gold right now. Good luck getting a hold of the graphics card anywhere else. My friend's been trying to upgrade his.
It's old.
Yeah, it's old. My friend's been trying to upgrade his PC for like 4 months. He's wanting.
You can't.
Upgrade,
Yeah,
and he can't. And I told him you just do what I do, Jesse. What? Just get a Mac.
Suffer asked, is Gummo's Christianity the extreme one? It's a good question. So Pentecostals, as far as I'm aware, now I may have this wrong. As far as I know, the Pentecostals, their preachers actually don't need to be professionally trained. They're more or less lay preachers. Now, somebody may correct me on that. I don't know it for a fact.
All I know about Pentecostals is that they speak in tongues sometimes, and they
believe.
And a lot of times, if they
believe in prosperity gospel, which is completely alien to Christ's teachings.
And
they're not real Christians.
Yeah, and usually people in America that do speak in tongues that are Pentecostal are just fucking dickheads to everybody else.
Anyone who believes in anyone who adopts prosperity gospel, God wants you to be rich and healthy. Anyone who believes in that is not a Christian. Sorry, but if you're Pentecostal and you believe that shit, you are not a Christian. And now you're not going to hell.
Yeah,
because there isn't one.
Okay.
I know that because I actually do understand some of the scripture.
Don't fight anybody. Don't do it.
Yeah, it's like the most cursory reading of the New Testament. And I mean the most cursory, shallow, surface level reading of the New Testament tells you the prosperity gospel is basically a mortal sin. It's terrible.
It's heresy.
Well, it's basically it's basically using money as an idol.
Yeah.
It's there you go. That's
you can't worship money. You worship
which makes
God.
it idolatry.
Yeah,
it's idolatry.
I got to tell you this funny little one. So in 2019, because I don't know what happened to 2020. You know, I survived the great toilet paper shortage of 2020. But,
yes, we all did. Yes.
Thank God.
But anyway, so I had a street preacher challenge me. You know, it was like, "Oh, men who want to be women." Oh, okay, well, let's go with that. And one of the things that happened was, you know, he was being self-righteous, and so you know, well, one of the amusing bits of the Bible for me is the end of Mark 16, which is the last bit of the Bible. And actually, it finishes where the women flee and tell nobody. But sometime between the 4th century and now, these extra bits have been added to the end. Because that was the Codex Sinaiticus that was found. Anyway, doesn't matter. So, so what happened was, you know how you've got the speaking in tongues.
Yes.
So what it is,
I've heard someone
there's
do that.
one.
Very disturbing.
You know, if you look at these, so it's and these signs shall follow them that believe in my name. They will cast out devils. So that's out Satan kind of thing. They shall speak with new tongues. Yep, they'll speak with new tongues. So there's your people talking nonsense. They will take up serpents, which is your snake handlers. They shall lay hands on the sick and they'll recover. That's your spirit healers. But the one that you don't see many people doing is, and if they drink any deadly thing, it shall not hurt them. You don't really get many people doing that. And what happened was I said to the street preacher, I said, hey, do you think that one is, accurate for you? I mean, if I nip to the shop over there and buy some bleach, will you chug it down to prove that you're a real believer?
Yeah.
Funnily
let
enough,
me pour some grape fluid down your throat.
Thou shalt not
funnily enough, he didn't take me up on the offer, even though I was going to be doing the buying of the bleach.
Yeah.
Can't say fairer than that.
Interject for a second, interject for a second. Things are getting a bit smutty in the chat, and I would like to show.
They sure
I would just like to show.
I put something in private chat.
Something that I have in my
exactly what I thought it was. Exactly what I thought.
Illustrated.
That's what it was.
Great guy, by the way.
That's a great after party there.
I got to look at the private chat.
The best smutty book you can find is the pop-up Kama Sutra.
I've seen the pop-up Kama Sutra. It's pretty good. But Stella's just questioning if Abigail can handle a brat, but Abigail has illustrated.
Can I handle a brat? I can handle a brat.
Yes.
Somebody, to lighten the mood. Oh, you go on, Angry.
No, I was just going to say I want to introduce OnlyFans / Angry Aussie After Party. So it's like
I've returned.
I have another funny.
Hey, Abigail.
I have another funny little story for you. So I take part here and there, not as much anymore, but in what's euphemistically called the Great Debate Community, which is basically talking about skepticism, theism, atheism, agnosticism, secularism, all those sorts of things. So there was a guy I sort of had a little backwards and forwards with some time ago, and his username is Jesus is Lord, and he's an idiot. Not only is he an idiot, he is capable of believing two opposite things at the same time. And there are three fantastic versions of this.
Yeah.
So the first one was, so he says he's a teacher, but the topic, what they taught, whether it was mathematics or history or English or something, it's like, it makes him sound like he's a substitute teacher, which, isn't, anyway. So, so one of the things he said was, and he's, a Republican type leaning person. He says, liberal education standards is a reason why a kid in my class couldn't spell his own name for an exam. Now, even if we forget that it was an exam, so the kid was probably stressed and just wasn't really paying attention when they wrote or typed or whatever their name. But I replied to this Jesus Lord character by saying, you can't spell there, your, and your. What's your, in brackets, spelled correctly, excuse? And then they spent the next 3 days effectively trying to say that it doesn't really matter whether they can spell properly as long as the kids do. And it's like, yeah, but how can the kids do it if you don't know how to spell to correct it?
Yeah, you summed it up well when you said this guy's an idiot.
That was almost the end of the story. The start of the story was almost the end. This guy's an idiot.
And then it just wraps itself around.
You make a statement
the second
and
one,
then prove the proposition of the statement.
The second one, which is highly amusing as well, where he said he said he's in favor of free trade capitalism, the American way, but also in favor of Donald Trump's trade tariffs. Trump's trade tariffs.
Yes.
And it's like, wait a minute, if there are, and like I literally copied and pasted a picture of what it said, the definition of free trade, and it's with no tariffs.
Yes.
He just wouldn't accept it. He just wouldn't accept it because being wrong is a sin for this person. But my absolute favorite one, and this is the best one. This guy blocks all the women in the community because women aren't allowed to preach. They should just be silent, seen but not heard kind of thing.
Have a look on my channel for a sermon about that.
So when I transitioned, his reply was, you're a man. You will always be a man, and I will only ever treat you like a man. And then he went and blocked me like all the women.
Yeah, that's
what a
sorry. I'm just talking about smutty chat has distracted me again because Fox got the shibari rope and Silas going, "Oh, fine, you and Abigail just double team me." I'm sorry. Don't be saying that.
Fine.
That's after party talk right there.
It is.
And look, to completely change the topic. You degenerates. I was mentioning last night about my favorite rum and trying to find the right way to drink it. While you were just having your fucking anti-god sex, filthy animal talk, I made a rum old-fashioned, which was that rum and a splash of overproof rum, a splash of falernum, sugar syrup, splash of bitters, and I think that is absolutely the right way to have this rum.
Sounds fancy.
So it is fancy and it's nice, and you're all going to hell.
Yeah, you're all going to hell.
So angry on the topic of cocktails again.
Yes.
I was thinking more on the end of World War II themed cocktail. I've narrowed it down to 3 key ingredients at this point.
Yes.
The bourbon for US. The gin for UK, and absinthe for Germany because,
because why not?
So,
and not sure what we do for Russia or not sure what we do for Russia or France, but
as well.
Exactly.
She's saying, I don't even know what to do in the after party. I know you get up to even worse stuff when I leave the after party. I know.
When the old man's gone,
it's been a while.
It actually has been a while since there's been a really. It's been a while since there's been a really raucous after party.
Do you know what happened with the New Year's Eve after party when you went to bed?
I don't think we need to know.
Basically, I have been told. Yes.
New Year's Eve was 2
Are you sure? Who told you? Because
you told me, Abigail, and it's just like.
Did I? What did I say?
That everyone got news.
Somebody's breathing into their mic.
Yeah, someone's
including you in my kitchen because I'd gone to bed.
Yeah. So anyway,
I don't really remember a lot of that. I do remember that part, but I was so wasted that the part of my brain that said this is very inappropriate, just it wasn't connected at that point.
Yeah.
So something to do with the conversation, and that has had me pondering all day. It makes no sense. Is if there is a freeway and it goes over a bridge, but you got to pay a toll to take the freeway over the bridge. You can't walk across it. You can only drive across it. Does that make that road a tollway?
Yeah, I don't know.
Sounds like it to me.
Sounds like it's a tollway, right? But my girlfriend said no, it's a toll bridge.
What's the fucking difference?
That's just getting weird into semantics.
And I'm a massive pedant, and I'm like, semantics, it's the same thing.
So I've been thinking about that all night because I'm just like, I'm thinking it's a tollway, but maybe it's just a toll bridge. But the only way to get across it is to drive. Means is something to ponder. These things keep me up at night.
Here's a question for you. If you're going down an escalator or going down a lift, what are you actually doing?
Standing still?
Probably standing still while the machine does all the work.
No, it's like, the idea of escalating is going up. So if you're going down an escalator,
you're de-escalating.
So
what you want to do is if you have an argument, get on an escalator, but de-escalate.
Yes.
That'll solve your argument right away. Boom.
You raise a good point. An escalator should be called one side is an escalator and the other side is a de-escalator. Yes. But an elevator, because an elevator elevate, oh geez, now you've just blown my mind.
Exactly.
Here's something.
This is the Insomniac's riddle, the Neo-Insomniac riddle. As in, if a tree falls in a forest and there isn't someone there to hear it, does it make a sound? Although there is also a motoring version of that, which is, if I break the law, but there isn't a police officer there to see me doing it, is it really a crime?
Yeah.
I mean, the answer to both of those questions is absolutely yes.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Like,
there was an old Far Side comic which I love heaps of the Far Side.
God, I love the Far Side.
With a tree that's fallen over and it's going, well, this sucks. I didn't see this coming. What? And it's captioned, when a tree falls in the forest and no one's there to hear it. And the tree's just lying there going, this is bullshit. I hate this.
It's funny.
By the way, Angry, 4-day warning for the Star Wars cocktail I suggested?
I've already done Star Wars Day. I went with Abigail's suggestion of a Mai Tai fighter.
That was me. That was my
Was that you, Laura?
Yes.
That was me. I thought it was Abigail.
No.
Oh, because we're both trans.
No.
That's it. All trans
people are just an amorphous blob to me. You're all one person.
Yeah.
Oh, I suck so much.
Hey, Nettie.
I suck so much.
Hello, Nettie.
We were talking about her moving in the city.
Hi, Nettie.
And here,
I did do a Mai Tai fighter, Laura, and I've already fucking recorded the video where I thought it was Abigail. Oh my god! I just need to put my head in a bucket now. It's just,
yep,
treachery. It's treachery. Jesus.
I know. I'm just. Oh my god. It's just like if you were both black, I would think you were the same person too. So.
Yep.
Racist.
Anyway,
it's just because I'm just a typical cis-het racist white guy.
Typical white man.
I remember at an Equal Voices meeting.
What the fuck?
I remember an Equal Voices meeting as it concluded.
Sorry, what meeting, dude?
What?
Equal Voices. It's a organization for representation in Christian churches and such for LGBT Christians.
Cool.
And I was at one of their meetings. Unfortunately, Equal Voices Queensland seems to be stagnating a little at the moment, but I hope they'll turn around and actually start making a difference to the world. Anyway, I was at one of the meetings. What do we got here?
That's a Mai Tai fighter.
Wow,
Laura, can you send me that? You probably already did, but can you again send me that image?
Yeah,
in like a DM or something.
Yep.
Because I'll use that as the thumbnail for my video.
Yeah,
that's gonna be awesome.
Anyway, at the end of the meeting, I leaned over to the fella next to me who happens to be gay, and I said, "Hey, do you think it's safe for me to to out myself as being a cisgender heterosexual in this group. And he turned to me and says, "You disgusting piece of work. Take that filth out of here." And then he says, nah, it's all right. It's all right, mate. I just think you're a terrible waste.
Yeah.
That's funny.
I mean, how particularly gay women, how many women have heard that if they're come out, of some egotistic guy saying, "Oh, what a waste."
No. Gay women usually get the even worse one of, "All you need is my dick, then you judge you."
Oh,
yeah, I think I've met
no
guys who
one's
said
dick
that
is
shit. Yeah,
Maybe
I
Henry
love
Cavill.
I mentioned this in a chat in one of the previous videos. One of my friends in the church came to church wearing a shirt that says, "This is a gay that the Lord has made."
That's funny, I love that.
I thought that was brilliant,
Nice.
absolutely brilliant.
We need more
Nice.
shirts like that in the
Love it.
world. That's what we need.
And her girlfriend who came in with her, her shirt said, "Why be homophobic, transphobic, and racist when you can just be quiet?"
Yes.
I like that. That's nice.
Yes.
Yeah.
I love one of my favorite things is like on Twitter, someone put like, oh, I see TERF saying TERF is a slur designed to silence me, but yet you don't shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
That's a good one, folks.
Yeah, the irony of the American senator giving a speech with a mask that said "We are being silenced." It's just
No,
lost
it had,
on some people.
it had censored.
Oh, what's it?
It was censored.
Oh, censored.
written
Oh,
on it.
okay.
It's like,
But yeah,
It would have been more funny if it was silenced.
stupid.
So we had a request for comedy. So here's a little story. It's an oldie but a goodie. Some of you may know it.
Go for it.
It's about the fly in the farmyard. Flying around, very hungry, sees a massive dung heap and goes, "Yep, I'm having a feast." Flies over and gorges herself, and all of a sudden this fly is too full to get off the ground. Really, really heavy now. Flapping its wings with all its might. Nothing. Sees leaning against a wall a pitchfork and decides, "Hey, I might not be able to get the elevation, but if I'm already up there, all I've got to do is maintain." Crawls up the handle, starts flapping and jumps. End of fly. Moral of the story: don't fly off the handle when you're full of shit.
I love the multiple levels of dad joke. It's not just
Hey,
dad
I'm
joke.
good at
It's
dad
dad
jokes.
joke squared. It's awesome.
When does a joke become a dad joke? When it becomes apparent.
We're going
no.
puns. We're going. Oh my god! It's just
How
brilliant.
much room do you need to grow fungi?
How much?
As much room as it needs.
Oh, dear.
I actually had a little chuckle in the middle of that when you said, it looks at a pitchfork and thinks, "Hey."
Yeah.
I didn't even think of that.
That took a while. That took a while for everyone to
That
get
was
it.
accidental.
Yeah, a happy accident.
Yeah.
Right, so I'm. This is my milk clarified of one of my, because I love puns and I love cocktails that are tied to events, because it was Harper Lee's birthday this week. This is a milk clarified tequila mockingbird.
It's so clear, especially
Like
with
it.
clear eyes.
Nice.
It's like water almost. It looks like.
Yeah, ice makes it look clear. When it's not in the ice, it's got a tiny green thing.
Yeah.
It has creme de menthe in
Yeah.
it. But this is basically the dominant flavors are tequila and creme de menthe.
It looks really cool.
It's really good. It's
What
just
the matter?
minty, and I'm just getting shit faced.
One of these days,
there you go. It's
I'm
part of
going
name.
to visit Melbourne, and Angry, I am going to try and find you.
Oh, dude! If you come to Melbourne, we are fucking
Yeah.
catching up, man.
and I am going to tasteth of the drinks.
Oh yeah, no, dude. Trust. Ask Abigail. I had Abigail over here, and I'm just like, let's do some rum tasting. And like 2 hours later, Abigail shit faced. I'm like, yeah, okay, let's just keep going. And New Year's Eve, when I had Nettie and Abigail here,
Oh my god.
We kind of set Nettie home in a taxi. When was that? Like, was that like 1 a.m. or 2 a.m.?
I don't even remember.
I don't even remember.
Her
And then
12-year-old daughter being the responsible one.
Yeah, no, not just her daughter, her 12-year-old daughter.
That's what I said. 12-year-old daughter.
Yeah.
Good
And
kid.
the older one was being a bit flaky, so the 12-year-old was in charge when we sent Nettie home in a cab, which is like the cab driver. Yeah, like don't listen to anyone but the 12-year-old. Okay, she's in charge.
That must be an interesting statement for the cabbie.
Yeah, no, like I one day I'm going to visit Melbourne. Whether or not I visit any of you guys, but either way, I'm going to that town. It's make it sound so nice.
No, it is a fucking
It's great,
fantastic town, man. And anyone who comes here and wants to hit the town, because there's like 50 cocktail bars in the CBD, and we only need to hit 3 or 4 of them to end up sleeping in a gutter somewhere. So it's just like, yes.
I'm just sharing a picture. This is me drinking my first cocktail in a very, very, very long time. A week
nice.
ago. That's a
That's
pina
a lovely
colada.
photo.
Yeah.
I like that
That's a
dress.
pina colada. And the last time I'd had a pina colada before this was 35 years before.
Holy shit.
And the last time I told you this story, I said it was 12 when I had when I got drunk.
You mentioned
for the first
that,
time.
yes.
I made a mistake. I was 9.
Annette's right. And Annette says we don't have to sleep in a gutter anymore if we go drinking with Angry.
Yes.
No,
Yeah.
for me is
Yeah, both between Annette and myself, like we got all the bases covered.
Yeah.
Like 'cause I'm in Fitzroy,
I'll drive.
you're in South Bank. The city's literally between us.
Abigail's like one suburb out of the city. There's a shit ton of bars around Abigail's area. Nettie's in the city. There's a shit ton of bars there. We just need to drink enough that all we need to do is face plant on a carpet and fall asleep.
Well, I got
trouble for
Polly
me
down
is
the road.
it's
The cocktail bar
completely-
Polly. We got the Elysian, the whiskey bar, literally across the road.
Yes. Yes. And
Yeah.
it would kind of be funny to fall asleep on the floor at Nettie's place and wake up to judgmental teenagers looking
Lemonhead.
at us.
That's funny. Judgmental teenagers. Yes. Don't grow up to be us kids.
Well, I have a very judgmental teenager myself.
That's true.
Just pointed at us and laughed.
Don't do what we did.
It's just he's only there 50% of the time, so it's like we could Will, how often is he at your place?
He full time.
Oh, is he full time? I thought he was like splitting.
Yeah,
time.
he. Well, I mean, he's at my ex's place now, but he only goes there for one weekend every fortnight. So
okay. I was just thinking, it's like,
I gotta Google. I gotta Google what Fortnite is. Like, don't tell me I'm gonna Google. So I'm gonna Google
he's
it.
gonna Google it. He's gonna educate himself.
If I don't see it, I won't remember.
Because my offspring, like my son, spends the time 50% between here and his mum's place. My daughter is mostly here, but he's always in her bedroom, so doesn't give a shit.
Yeah.
And Mrs. Angry's son is here 50% of the time. So it's
I will remember that now. I have a photographic memory. If I can't see it, I can't remember it.
Fair enough.
The difference with helpful.
The difference with Will is that my ex is out in the country and he goes to school here.
Right.
So yeah.
Stella, you must remember to bring drinking shoes next time. Come, no high heels.
Absolutely,
Stella, no high heels, because we
bring
will.
Your docs.
I swear to God,
I was looking up what a fortnight was.
I swear to God, Stella, if you come to Melbourne for a drinking night, you want to be wearing flats, because we are going to go like bar to bar to bar in the CBD, and it will be messy. It will be messy as fuck.
We've got Croft Institute.
You got, and you got this giant.
I literally
guy
have
that
never
makes
been to the
good,
Croft
and I'm not-
Institute.
Heck, you were in Croft Lane.
No, I always take photos in Croft Alley. Okay, for those who don't know, there is, because I'm always, if you follow my Instagram, I'm always taking pictures of street art in Melbourne. One of the good ones is Croft Alley. That is literally, so you go the main streets in Melbourne, you go Main Street, and then there's a lane, and off there is a lane, and off there is a lane, and off there is another lane. That's Croft Alley. And at the end of Croft Alley is a bar called the Croft Institute. And as I understand it, the bar staff like wear white lab coats and serve you drinks that are either in test tubes or beakers. And the joke is it's like some medical institute where they're giving you things.
So there's like on one floor there's the main bar, and it's like an emergency waiting room. On the second floor, it's like a mental institution. And on the third floor, there's a basketball court with bleachers for some reason, but it's really tiny. Like you couldn't, it's not even the quarter of the size of a basketball court.
So the thing here that I really want to note is it on a lane or an alley? Because you
it's an alley. You go like street, lane, alley. It's like,
what's the difference between a lane and an alley?
Is not
the
a lane.
bloody French. That's the
alleys
difference.
are smaller than lanes. Also, my favorite bar Americano. You've got to go off Main Street to laneway to smaller laneway to even smaller laneway, and the bar Americano is down in this seedy fucking corner. All the good ones they're not just in laneways, they're in laneways that run off laneways that run off laneways.
That is hilarious.
Yeah, it's the
Melbourne
bloody
is just fucking
if
wild.
If you want to know what the difference between an alley and a lane is, it basically is the bloody French. Because in reality, there isn't a lot of difference. But the French influence on, the English language, thanks to the Normans and all that kind of stuff, is the reason why we got lots of words that mean essentially the same thing.
French.
Yes.
Hills and
freedom fries
and dales and peaks and etc.
Yes.
Rivers and brooks and streams and so on. Just
the only fries that are American are freedom fries. God damn it. Not French.
That's a Bush era.
Dropped bombs on innocent civilians in Baghdad, and then I ate some goddamn freedom fries.
I need to jump to the chat. Mercenary Mage, hello. I don't recognize your username. Welcome. Mercenary Mage is saying, yes, Melbourne is the graffiti capital of not necessarily the world, but probably the southern hemisphere.
It certainly looks beautiful.
It is very tasteful graffiti.
It's very nice.
It is. In the laneways.
It's very tasteful. I mean, it's not like just random ugly tags.
Yeah, no, it's not. Like, here's the sad thing. It's like as Portland's gotten bigger, we used to have really cool graffiti and cool artwork, and now the graffiti is just shitty tags, and then all the goddamn buildings are just building up these mid-rises on the east side, and you can't see downtown anymore. My favorite building is the tallest one. It's the U.S. Bancorp Tower in Portland. It's a pink building. I call it Big Pink. Yeah. And when I go get pizza, I can't see Big Pink anymore because they built a fucking gulag-looking building in front of it, and it's covered in shitty graffiti. And the town's going to hell with these goddamn landlords.
Excellent. I love that. What you really think. That was beautiful.
Good rant.
And also in the chat, sorry, Earthcrow and Kaiju popped up in the chat as well. So hello to you.
Hi there.
I think I am going to take a urination break and just.
He's going to go to the urination station, if you know what I mean.
I am going to expel urine
That's what I think.
for a minute, and then I'm going to come back. And if anyone wants to convince me to drink a particular alcoholic beverage, it's only we haven't even reached 11. Oh, this is one of those bad Friday nights. We haven't even reached 11 p.m. and I'm pretty drunk.
Time for some water, folks.
Yeah, I think I need to have water, and then someone should talk me into drinking a particular alcoholic beverage. But I'm going to have an expelled urine break. I'm going to leave it all to you.
I'm going
don't get lost in a laneway alley. Don't.
I'm going to help Stella feel better about herself and say that I was today years old when I got the Diagon Alley joke.
Alleyway.
There you go, Stella. Annoyingly, with
Yeah.
alcohol, I'm under doctor's orders
And I read the book as well. Like,
to not have any.
Yeah.
Fuck.
I mean,
how did I not see that one?
I don't drink, so I mean, I'm just a 6'5" tall guy that can keep you guys safe at like 1 a.m. in a shady laneway, alleyway, parkway. So there you go. I'll keep you guys good and safe. That's my thing.
My favorite thing when I used to go out a lot was because I used to hang out with a lot of trans women, and we'd go to gay bars and the like because
Gay bars.
because that's where we don't get punched. And there's always 6 foot plus trans woman amongst us who's just like will take on anyone who gives a shit, and it's great.
Portland, do you like the old Seattle sound? I'm not quite sure what you mean by that.
Oh gosh, Chris, you were talking about freedom fries, something that goes with freedom fries, but the conservative media in America kind of went a little bit nuts in the last week for a couple of days, where they were insisting that Biden was going to be banning hamburgers.
Well, that's
I mean, he should. I mean, honestly, I think Americans eat too many hamburgers. I think they should have a couple of, at least Beyond Meat burgers or something. I mean, red meat should be in moderation. I get why they were so angry. I mean, they're all so fucking horrified that if they eat healthy, they might die. They got to drive their big truck, eat a steak, punch a liberal.
But it's their God-given right to eat whatever they want.
There's actually
moderation. It's moderation.
There's a very good environmental reason to
he's
reduce
back
our
already?
beef intake.
That was quick.
Who let this guy back?
That's what I want. Beef with Biden.
I washed my hands.
Oh yeah,
don't you dare
I
accuse
keep forgetting how
Did you hand
quick
sanitizer
it is to pee when you can pee standing up.
Yep. Just whip it out and
Yep.
let it go.
I mean,
Have
honestly,
I've got a great story. I'm sure I've told this story before, but for those who haven't heard it, this was the last time I used a urinal. And
go for it. Yeah.
I was female, like I transitioned and everything, and it was about a month away from surgery, and I was at a lesbian event at a bar in Melbourne, and there are a few guys there. There always are. Usually they're just friends of someone who comes along, and I was there with my partner. I'm getting an echo.
Yeah,
it's gone.
It's actually
Anyway,
okay
so
from my perspective. Yeah.
no, it's not. Well, it's not.
Okay.
But anyway, continue.
Anyway, so I was there with my partner at the time and a couple of friends, and we were dancing up a storm, having a great night, and we all have to use the bathroom, so we went to wait in line, and there's like huge fucking line for both bathrooms, because in gay events the bathrooms just become unisex just by nature. And we're waiting in line, and I'm like,
all bathrooms should be.
I'm waiting in line there, and I'm like,
Agreed.
what the hell? I could just use the urinal. And
Yes.
like, my friends just look at me and like, are you serious? And my partner, who was also transgender, just looked at me dead in the eyes and said, and grabbed my shoulder and said, you must do this for all of us. So I did. I walked up, whipped it out. There were 2 guys there and a line of women behind me, and they're just giggling their asses off. They're loving it. And one of the guys is just too confronted. He just turns away and just can't handle it. And the other guy just looks at me and says, I am so confused right now. And it was just the best. And I got it done. And my partner hadn't even progressed in the line. And it felt great.
First off, congratulations. Secondly, I just sit down when I use the bathroom. I'm lazy.
Fair enough.
I mean, it means you don't need to put the toilet seat down for anyone.
And that's the thing too. Is I hate not putting the toilet seat down, because if you don't put the toilet seat down, you're kind of a dick.
It's rude. Yeah, it's rude.
If you don't put it
Tell
down,
my son that.
hey, you could just put it down yourself. I mean,
I do, but like it's just kind of rude.
Well,
It's
if
like
there's
not
somebody
wearing a
else-
mask if you're not feeling well. You wear a mask, you put the toilet seat down.
Well, the toilet seat down thing, like if you're if somebody next in line is going to be sitting on the toilet, male or female, the seat's already down for them because you might,
You never know.
you're not going to. Not every motion is going to be standing up.
Yeah,
So just put the fucking seat down.
put it down. It'll be fine.
I have a long-standing joke with with a friend of mine, and it goes back to 1999. So it's like things to do in a toilet stall. And it's like, sort of, get a car mirror get a mirror and poke it under the person next to you and go peekaboo, things like that. But the best one is, drop a melon into the bowl and sigh relaxingly.
Yeah. Splosh.
But my friend can't get over the idea of, but wait a minute, you'd get splashed and there'd be water everywhere. And it's like, look, it's not about, it's about the sound and what the person next to you would see. Yeah, but no, it's about the sound. Don't get too caught up in the physics of it.
Correct.
It's a joke.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, no,
So when you have to explain stuff like that to people.
Oh, actually, the other day, I was coming back. We took a little tiny trip out to Central Oregon to get some fast food, In-N-Out Burger specifically, because that's the only one in all of Oregon. They're a California chain. And we drove down there, driving back, and I have to pee every 20 miles. And so we stop at the rest area because I stop at every rest area because, And I go in the bathroom, and there's like one other guy in this entire bathroom. And he's in like the urinal a couple down, and I'm going into the stall. And as I pass him, he just goes, oh, "Fuck! I forgot to put my mask on. I'm so sorry." And then he just stops middle of whatever he's doing, just leaves the bathroom. And I felt so bad for the guy. I was like, "Oh, I wish I would have saw you beforehand. I would have used the other. There were two bathrooms. I would have used the other one. I would have saw him."
Damn.
But yeah, he was good on him. I mean, talk about courtesy.
Well, he's got principles. I respect that.
For sure, because it's a rest area and it's like 11 o'clock at night. Like, you're not expecting anyone else to show up. So I get it.
Americans and bathrooms make me chuckle. Because it's like, it's the idea of, you go like to a public toilet because, Americans, they like to call them bathrooms. There's no bath in there.
Yeah.
And if you're going to the toilet in a bathroom, that's gross.
There are some baths in bathrooms.
Yeah, but not like...
There are some toilets in bathrooms.
That's true.
But when you go to a mall or McDonald's or something, there isn't a bath in the bathroom. But sometimes Americans get a bit queasy, the idea of like cleanliness and washing your hands and stuff like that, so they call it a restroom. Well, I don't know about you. Last time I took a shit, I'd hardly call it a restful experience.
As an introvert, every party I've ever gone to, the bathroom was the restroom for me. I go there just to chill out.
At this restaurant we drove to, it's one of the few restaurants in America that says restroom on the top. And so me and my girl, we both use the bathroom, come out, and when she comes out, and I said, "Did you have a restful time in there?" So,
nice.
Well, I mean, what else are you going to call it? The water cabinet?
I think we just need to call it the shit cabinet.
In Ursula Le Guin's anarchist sci-fi novel, The Dispossessed, the anarchists who don't have any hang-ups with bodily functions just call it the shittery. And
the shittery.
The place where you go to shit because they have no hang-ups about bodily functions.
Fair enough.
These hang-ups are a bit irrational, really. I mean, we get so embarrassed about something that is an essential part of our lives.
Literally
I'm so embarrassed. I produce urine and feces. We all do. Get over it.
I openly talk about my bowel movements with people in my life.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't go that
Oh
far.
yeah, Stella, the shit house. Let's not forget the
Twitter's-
shit house.
The shit house.
It's
or
Not
the shit
always,
house.
just sometimes. Like it's not a constant topic of conversation. Check in with it, make sure they're being hydrated. Their colon's healthy. Just checking in.
I feel like Twitter was basically invented to tell people about your bodily functions.
I mean, really, it was. I mean, I'm on all the goddamn time. I'm addicted
I
to
mean,
the
that's a
fucking
good
thing.
story.
I can't put Twitter down. It's a problem. But you know what? It's fun. So, oh well. And also, I make fun of politicians all the time on there. And you know what? People love that. I got to give them that joy. Really, I do. Especially
Everyone
local politicians. They're the
loves.
easiest to make fun of.
We're-
All the politicians are a
Looks
joke.
like we're going to get a whole lot of different names come up in the comments for look things. The shit house, the thunderbox.
outhouse.
Yes.
I remember a story my father told
That's
me
funny,
of,
lemonade.
Two
um,
anecdotes. How's
when he
that
was
easy?
in the army. My dad served in the army. It was in
Actually,
the
that's a good
Signal
question.
Squadron
It's a good
out of Watsonia, and often went out bush because he's in the army. That's what they do. And he was saying this one time, one of his mates were going to do a poop out in the woods, and the thing is, and you have to admit, when you do a poop out in the woods or even at home, you look at it.
Yeah, most of the time.
Can't deny it. No one can deny that. You look.
See what shape
And
it's
I mean,
so-
if you're in a hurry, you might not. But yeah, most of the time.
Yeah, being shot at or something. But anyway, so what everyone did is this guy was going out to the woods. So what they did, they set it up so that they could surreptitiously take it away. And he did this poop and then looked and it was gone.
Now
I
that
don't know how they did it, but that was
terrible.
part of the story. There's probably a lot more to it that he didn't say,
That
but
would
the
scare the
crux of it, they.
That would scare
and
the shit
he came back to where they were set up their spot, just mystified, like what the hell happened?
It was a
So,
ghost
yeah.
shit.
That's the story.
It's what happens sometimes, like when I don't know if you've had a lot of fiber in your diet or something, and you huge crap, but it's got weight and it shoots down past the S-bend without being flushed, and you go and wipe and there's no stain, and you look in the bowl and there's no poo and there's no stain. But I did a huge poo. It was
I heard it go in there.
It was a ghost poo.
What the
I
fuck
did
happened?
a ghost
Yep.
poo.
The poop
I've heard it referred
was
to
the
as
friends
torpedo
we
shit.
made along the way.
Exactly.
You know,
Yeah.
I call ghost turds those little foam things that you get in packaging. You know, the little sort of, like wiggly.
Packing peanuts.
Yeah,
Packing
yeah.
peanuts.
I call them ghost turds.
That's fair.
Earth
That's
Crow,
fair.
that's hilarious. Earth Crow says that when he was training one night, he had to go to the bathroom and he couldn't find one. So in darkness, he went under a tree. When they left, he saw that he pooped in the school sports oval right in the middle.
Out in the open, giant poo. That's
Nothing is funnier than when, when you walk by, because sometimes this happens out here. You walk by like a pet scoop up area, and you're looking, and you see some poop, some turds here and there. Then you look and you see one, and you're like,
I just read Stella's story.
"That's
Stella's one's great.
Yep.
Took
it's a human
bush
shit. That's
out
not a
on
dog
a drill
shit.
rig.
That's human shit."
Searched for a nice secluded spot where drillers couldn't see her. Next minute, a survey plane flew right over the top. I had this really funny thing years ago. We were doing this YouTube event, and some of the YouTube staff who were Americans were here, and us Australians were trying to explain neck minute to them, and it something about it they couldn't grasp, and it was like, it's pretty straightforward. It just means and then. But we were saying neck minute because the whole thing with the neck minute, you set up something that seems to be self-contained or have a clear resolution, but then you go neck minute, something goes wrong, and they didn't understand it at all.
I have never heard of neck minute. I thought
okay.
Next minute. Never heard of it.
Neck minute is from a few years ago. And I love Stella for actually using neck minute because I haven't seen neck minute for a few years.
Hey, speaking about shit, I'm going to talk about Amazon's shitty delivery this week.
Oh my!
So I had two. I live in a block of flats, okay, and so the first one was I had the door. You know, the door goes, and by the time I go to the door, there's a guy walking away.
Yes.
You know, I mean, we're talking like 7 steps to get to the door.
Yes.
So we're talking less than 10 seconds. He's put it down and left. And the parcel was for the people. It was a big box full of flour for my upstairs neighbors, because the guy couldn't tell that he couldn't read numbers. You know? So that was so I ended up having to take it to them and, you know, say, I'm really sorry. I opened it because I thought it was for me. And it's like flour, you know. I once had a parcel delivered and it's like, is this drugs? Because it was like loads of herbs and stuff, and it smelled like. You know,
sometimes I wish.
But the other one was that I had a delivery of my own that went wrong, so I bought a 400 gigabyte smart card, which is just insane that exists. You know, a little tiny SD card, and it's for nearly half a terabyte. What the fuck? So I had that, and I had a toolkit thing, you know, and it was like, you know, £60 worth of stuff. So what happened was I look on Amazon, and it says it's been delivered, and it's been handed to a receptionist. We don't have a receptionist, or has been left just inside, and this was an hour ago. So I chucked some clothes on, you know, to go downstairs to see if it's been left outside the security gate, or it's next to the security gate, or because I've got like a security gate around the area, like a compound. And then in the door has a little magnetic lock as well. Maybe it's in there, but no. And this, remember, this says this was delivered an hour ago. And then I come up and find it's at my door.
Wow.
So it's supposed to be and someone was coming up in the other lift. So they've obviously gone up as I'm going down, and it's like, what? But it was supposed to be. You said it was delivered an hour ago.
You were de-elevating. We were elevating, and it was just the wrong time. Speaking of Amazon, I was taking my friend from his house over here to hang out, and there was this Amazon Prime van. It had its door open, and it went from one driveway, then drove all the way on the road, then back across in the middle of the road, then back into the next driveway, all with its door wide open and packages rumbling about inside. I got a clip of it, so I'll put it in my dash cam video soon. But my friend and I were all like, that doesn't seem like a safe maneuver. And he's like, yeah, that doesn't seem like a safe maneuver. That seems like a dangerous maneuver.
Amazon and safety and doing things right.
The worst delivery I've ever had.
Literally cancelled my Amazon Prime subscription today. I'm sick of giving Amazon money.
I don't really
Twitch Prime be damned.
I only have it for the Amazon Prime Video because there's a shit heap of shows I watch on. There's a shit heap of shows I watch on Prime Video.
I only had it for Twitch Prime. I've
never used Twitch Prime, but I could. Hey, we're talking deliveries. So I've been ordering these fucking awesome retro shirts from Facebook ads. And one got delivered. I'm supposed to get like another 5. Now I'm just going to go off. It's fashion parade. I'm going to go off and change shirts and come back. So.
While we're waiting, I'm going to tell you about a crazy delivery I had one time. So I've done some dressmaking in the past. American friend wanted me to make them something. And it was like a dark royal blue with white fur collar is what they wanted. And when it arrived, it was purple fur, like lilac kind of colored. And it's like, I thought you wanted it done like this. Yeah, but I quite like the lilac. Okay, it's going to look awful, but okay, you're the customer. And not only that, my friend is colorblind. So she has a really nasty habit of having, sort of something that looks good, but then she'll wear it with purple tights. It's like, no, everything. You get rid of the purple tights, it'd be fine. Use some white or black or, but no, not, But anyway, so my friend sent me a parcel from Alabama to Manchester. And unfortunately, the guy from Parcel Farce, it's actually Parcel Force, but, Parcel Farce is the nickname for them because they're rubbish. They're the kind of people that wouldn't deliver something because it was in the crack of the map that they couldn't see it anymore because it all folded over so many times. So what happened was they couldn't find my building. It's 11 stories tall, but they couldn't find it. And the postcode is specific for my building, but they couldn't find that. So they just posted, they went to deliver it to a house down, like somewhere down here with a number 2 on it. But the person wasn't in, so they posted a card through the door. And 3 weeks later, it's like this parcel hasn't arrived. It normally takes about a week, maybe a week and a half, but it's been 3 weeks afterwards. It's like, okay, this has gone missing or something. And so I found out from Royal Mail, because it's the Parcel Force is their large parcels delivery department, as opposed to the mailman type thing. And what he'd done is he popped the card through the door, and the person had said, "I'm sorry, I'm going on holiday tomorrow. Can you post it to my work address?" So I had to go to the centre of Manchester to pick up a big parcel that was probably about £65 worth from Burger King in the centre of Manchester.
That's hilarious.
Because they couldn't put it through my door, they had to post it to some door with a 2 on it.
Sure. So,
Love the shirt.
Now I'm just showing off. This is my kind of like Mondrian inspired retro shirt.
Looks great.
This is I ordered like 5 or 6 of these retro shirts, and this is the first one to arrive. So I'm just thinking, like,
you look like you're on a cruise ship.
Absolutely. I'm just these shirts and a cocktail and just sitting in the
Earlier
sunshine,
today, I was watching For All Mankind. It's an Apple TV show about an alternate spaceways, and they're having a 60s barbecue right after Neil Armstrong lands on the moon, and the main character has a chat with Neil, and they are dressed identical to what you're wearing.
Fuck yes. Fuck yes.
You could join the Proud Boys.
I swear to God, like I bought 5 or 6 of these retro shirts, so now I get all these other ads on Facebook and stuff for other retro shirts, and I look at them and go, I want them too. But it's like I just bought 5 or 6 shirts, and it's like, oh my God, that one, oh geez, that one's really nice. And it's like, no, just fucking calm down, son. You don't worry. So this one was the first of the. I fucking love this shirt. How good is this shirt?
It's a great shirt.
It's a pretty good shirt.
I ordered it in a size that I thought was too small for me. And I thought, this is my incentive because I'm doing the weight loss thing at the moment with the meal replacements. I thought, this is my incentive. I'll get it and it'll be too small, but I'm like, I want to lose weight. But for you order stuff online and it's from fucking Chinese websites. So it says XL, but that's actually like an M. And so I ordered XL. This is an XL, and it not only fits me, it's fucking roomy. And it's like, okay.
Oh yeah, so it's actually bigger than it's supposed to be.
Yeah, which is super weird because like a Chinese person who ordered this for XL would just be fucking swamped in it. And I'm just like, okay, whatever. So I've been ordering clothes that I thought were too small because they would be rewards for 3 to 6 months down the line when I lose weight. But I got this one arrived this week, and it fits me. And I don't know. This is
they're cocktail shirts. These are fucking cocktail shirts, as far as I'm concerned. It's just like
It looks like an 80s cocktail shirt, and I love it.
Yeah,
it looks like a barbecue. It looks like you're at a barbecue somewhere.
One of them, literally, it hasn't arrived yet. This is the first of about 5 to arrive. One of them literally has like cocktail glasses on it.
There you go.
Oh my god, I'm just gonna be the most fucking retro 1950s guy and
ever.
Like, fuck yeah.
I'm gonna head off, guys.
Wear these shirts.
Thank you for joining us,
Bye.
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 Long and prosper.
Bye, Chris.
You know, the cool thing is you could be a member of the Proud Boys with a shirt like that.
I know. Isn't it weird? The Proud Boys keep trying to fucking change. I tried to explain to someone when they said, no, the OK symbol, that's not racist. That's just saying okay. I went, no, it was ironic. And it was like, what if all of us fucking Nazi lovers did this thing? And then it would render this. Yeah, but now it's just Nazis communicating to one another. So it is actually a Nazi symbol. And the fucking Proud Boys actually had a thing. No, not the Proud Boys, but the Boogaloo crowd, the ones who actually want to start an armed insurrection. They had Hawaiian shirts as their signifier for a while. It's become a joke like change your signifier every second week. So every time the normies try to keep up with the signifiers we're using to keep to communicate with each other, the normies are too late and we've already stopped using the thing that they think we use. So they went from the OK signal to fucking Hawaiian shirts to who knows what the fuck they're doing now.
I thought it was the Proud Boys that did the shirt thing.
Stella, I need to see a picture of this silk shirt.
I second that.
I would like to see.
Sorry, I just saw that too.
I'd like to see you modeling that, just because I'm thinking of buying something similar.
Oh
yeah. I would like to see someone like
So what Stella's saying is she ordered a silk shirt from China. It arrived. She thought it would be too small, and it mostly fits, except for we all want to see it, Stella. It mostly fits, except for your boobs, and we all want to see it.
And I feel like it's only fair since most people here have seen mine.
And people here have seen mine.
I'm just saying.
Consent is king. And
Consent. Yeah. We are very big on consent.
If you consent, please do it.
I would.
We would enjoy it.
Yeah. So Stella, if you consent to showing us you in a silk shirt that fits almost everything except your boobs, we're actually okay with that.
Yep.
So.
Find me on Facebook or funky.abigail@gmail.com. Love to.
Stella has me on Discord. She can send it through there.
Oh yes.
Oh, I
Stella on Discord too.
Dude, Discord. I don't even need to be fucking told about that. But it's like
we need to make an angry.
Oh my gosh! I've got the funniest bad story, and mainly it comes down to people digging their heels or digging to China, and not being brave enough to say maybe I should stop digging. So what happened was a guy that's so there's the flat earthers and then there's flat earther debunkers, and so one of the people in there. In this debunking community, he's had a few hard times, but he decided that he was going to move in with a friend, and so did this fundraiser thing. So his friend did a fundraiser for him, it's $10,000. They managed to get about 7.5, right? But turns out it's a big, massive scam. Because the claim was that where he lived in this, in the state he lived in, there was a rule saying that if you break your lease, you got to pay the whole rest of the lease, so up to the next year, kind of thing. Except for actually, if you paid $1,500, which was 2 months' rent, then he could get out of it. You know, there was a get out of clause deal. So what happened? Well, turns out that when the guy moved, he didn't actually pay the lease at all. And when it came out that the guy had basically done a runner without paying for the lease, and he'd gone and spent like the $7,000 in a couple of months on just stuff, you know, and it appears it was kinky stuff as well, you know, sort of people, some lady to walk on him with stiletto heels or something. But the funny part was how his buddies, you know, sorry, someone discovered that he had a court judgment against him. And so when it came out, his friends needed to back him up no matter what. You know, it's a lot like Trump says something really awful, but the Republican politicians have to back him up because he's a Republican, and that's what you have to do because those are the new rules. So, and it was like, well, you didn't give the money to the landlord, you gave it to him, and he could even set fire to it if he wants, you know. And it was just really awful. I made a parody video about it this week, where, you know, I just sort of like, I said, you know, what I need is 7,200 and something and pence, and which coincidentally just happens to be $10,000, and you know, it was funny just watching the way that, you know. Oh, and there's another funny clause about it. The fans who donated to this, so if you realize that you've been scammed, you could get your money back. But if you challenge them, you get blocked on Twitter. So the only way you can get your money back is to contact them to say, I'd like my money back. But you can't contact them because they blocked you. And they've all blocked you. And, you know, and if you don't want to deal with the scammer because he's a lying scammer, you're just being awkward. So it's entertaining the way that people will just dig and dig and dig. You know, I'm sorry, it's a stupid story.
No, that's fine. I'm sorry. I'm actually at the point of drunkenness. If someone wants me to say something intelligent, you will be sorely disappointed. So I can say random shit, but saying anything intelligent and insightful is not going to happen. So is anyone here going to say anything intelligent? Sorry.
Anything intelligent.
You wouldn't understand it.
Kitty.
Kitty. Yeah, kitty.
It's raining and my cat doesn't like the rain.
I'm actually going to get off because I want to go to bed soon. So
it was the smutty chat, wasn't it? And now you need to get off.
Smutty chat was too much to follow.
If the smutty chat's to blame, I'll be getting off more. No, I won't finish that thought.
It's almost 2:30 in the afternoon, and I still haven't put my clothes on yet.
As long as
you
my
night.
Oh my!
Pictures on Discord, I'm fine.
Night, Fox.
Good night, Fox.
Good night.
Don't have too much fun without me. Don't have too much fun without me.
Oh, I'm going to have lots of fun with that.
Good boy.
All right, he's gone. That's all right.
I had a drink tonight. I haven't had any alcohol for a while.
Yeah.
And I think I'm like, because I had a really chronic fatiguey day today.
Yeah.
I even had to have a sleep because I was so exhausted, and now it's just I feel so heavy. Ugh.
Yeah, it's like
Yes. I'm trying to lose weight because my BMI is a bit too high. And, you know, one of the things that happens when you start taking hormones is that they have to be careful that you're not too heavy because you can get blood clots, and being overweight as well is...
Tell me about it.
Yeah, is a bad, you know...
yeah.
You know, aren't things you should put together. But
your metabolism decreases and put on extra weight, and Yeah.
So unfortunately, I had a bit of a screw up with my transitional stuff at the moment.
Shit.
Nothing too bad. It's just a bit delayed. So what happened was, so I've got a thyroid condition, hypothyroidism, and I take levothyroxine, and every couple of months they want me to get a blood test. So I had my first assessment of the transgender, with the transgender clinic, over like a Zoom kind of conversation at home, which is better. So it's like what they needed now was some blood tests so they can see what my normal hormones levels are like, so the doctor can prescribe or recommend, hormones to my doctor to prescribe them to me. So it's like, right, we need to get a blood test from you. Okay, well, that's great. I've got a blood test coming up in a couple of weeks. So if we can get, if you can contact my doctors and get, ask them to provide what you need, then that should be fine. So that was the arrangement. Unfortunately, 2 weeks ago, I went to I had the blood test done just over 2 weeks ago now. And they failed to take the blood test stuff for the gender identity clinic. And on top of that, they were also supposed to do a blood pressure and a BMI check as well. And they didn't do that. So for 2 weeks, I've effectively lost, nearly a month because,
damn,
I tried to make it easier rather than go and have 2 blood tests. Just get one, 2 done at the same time as while I'm having one. So don't just stick a needle in my arm twice, only once, and just change the syringe or whatever. And it's like, oh my gosh. So effectively, I've lost about 3 weeks, I think. Because
I've got a mate.
They didn't get the thing they needed to.
I've got a mate who's on regular hormone injections because he's trans, and GPs don't often GPs aren't very well educated on dealing with trans people. Consequently, he ended up with about 3 times more male hormone than a healthy person should ever have, which didn't do him any favors. On Australia Day, he was in hospital for a heart attack.
Damn. Damn.
He's all right though.
Well, that's good to hear.
He's okay, but it was a hell of a scare.
Yeah, I bet. That's intense.
Been several. He's finally his levels dropped finally to a degree where they can actually give him a top up injection again. But it's taken several months.
Yep.
In fact, I don't. Yeah. Safa, it's, to be fair to the GP, the GP was trying her best, and she couldn't get in touch with people who are experts in gender stuff. She actually did try. She didn't know any differently from, and it was kind of a joint effort too. But yeah, some of the gender clinic doctors, and I'm sure there are a few people in the room here who could verify this. They say, "Oh yeah, come and see us," and then they don't take your calls anymore. They sort of, there's an initial consultation, and then we're busy with other people.
Yeah.
Annette, I am not sure about buying hormones.
No,
I don't think that's the case.
Never done that. I've never done that.
I don't think that's the case, mate. It is administered by medical professionals.
Yeah.
In my mate's case, his medical stuff says, lack of testicular function, which is kind of the that's pretty accurate.
There are enough clinics nowadays that support trans people properly here in Melbourne. There's two I know of that support the queer community in general, trans people included, and one clinic which I go to, which is literally around the corner from my house, that only deals, takes transgender clients. So yeah, that's a thing of the past here in Melbourne. I don't know about other places, but I've never had to buy hormones from the internet.
There is one thing that's good in the UK, and sort of bad part is that the waiting time system, is just so slow. I mean, if it wasn't for this new Manchester General Identity Clinic opening and covering only people in Manchester, I would be waiting until 2023 before getting hormones.
Oh, damn.
So that would just be awful. But as a result, you've got a lot of people who are what you call DIYers. They will buy hormones and testosterone blockers and those sorts of things over the internet, and they will take them and they will basically play around with dosages until they found something that works for them. But one of the great things about it is the NHS now realise that they still have a duty of care to the patients, so they now provide blood tests rather than making you pay for it. Because, of course, if you've got to pay for it, you might be more likely to get less of them and injure yourself, rather than them providing the blood test, so at least they can be sure that you're safe and you're not like doing something really dangerous. Speaking of something dangerous, and it was a cat thing, I got a picture for you, Angry.
Oh, another picture. Sorry, I'll share. Share.
While you do,
that's so cute.
And this is when the cat.
That's so cute.
When the cat is planning to kill you, and the dog is trying to warn you.
Yes, that's it.
I want to hug that cat.
Yeah,
I just want to give that kitty lots of grumpy cuddles. Also, like anytime anyone mentions the UK, all I can think of now is referring to it as Turf Island.
Yeah.
Oh my God, yes.
Hate Island is another term that I've seen around as well.
Sorry, Hate Island.
Hate Island, yeah.
Yeah.
Whether it's the foreigners or the EU or the transgender people,
Yeah. It still cracks me up. Abigail Thorne from Philosophy Tube saying when she came out as trans, saying, "I'm arguably now the most high-profile trans person in the UK," and it's like, yay! I'm the princess of Turf Island. So funny.
Yeah. We have a wonderful thing going through the courts right now with someone called Maya Forstater, who was basically she wasn't fired from her job. What happened was she worked for a charity that was LGBT inclusive, but she was kind of harassing workmates, with a sort of like, messaging system within the company. And it was a think tank, American think tank. And basically what happened was it became such a stressful, toxic atmosphere that when her contract was over, they didn't renew it. And so she took them to court, and now she's appealing that decision by effectively saying that the Equality Act should protect her right to discriminate against transgender people.
Yeah. That sounds like Scotty from marketing with his religious discrimination bill.
Yeah, so it should be a perfect right to be able to discriminate people in the workplace.
Yeah. Just noticing Stella saying in the chat that I look munted, and I'm just kind of like, okay, I resemble that statement. That's the thing. I'm going to drink some water. I haven't drunk any water for a while, so
definitely drink water, Angry. It's a good way to avoid hangovers. If you drink, 1 unit of water for every unit of alcoholic beverage, 9 times out of 10 you will not get a hangover. That has been my experience, at least.
Food is the thing that mainly prevents you getting a hangover.
Food's good too, yes. As I mentioned, my experience has been more than anything water, because alcohol dehydrates your body. It's water soluble, and it takes water with it when it exits. And we get very dangerously dehydrated when we're drinking.
Yeah.
You know, there's a problem in the UK where when Tony Blair was around, they decided to change opening hours because there were just too many punch-ups and things like that after 11 o'clock. Because the law used to be 11 o'clock is the end of drinking, no more alcohol to be sold. So as a result, you would end up with all the bars doing last orders at like 1:45, people chucking it down their neck. And then... everybody would be kicked out onto the streets of the nightclubs and bars in the city and in towns. So you'd have people like having a punch up because, someone got to the taxi rank in front of them or something,
Yeah.
So they decided to do this continental drinking hours to extend it so they could open earlier and end later or whatever. But unfortunately, they forgot about the British people who don't really do continental style drinking, which is you have a drink with food. And in Britain,
it is definitely a good idea to have food as well. So,
whereas in Britain, basically you just drink, and and there's a weird escalation that happened in British society where you've got to be social. You have a drink, and the more you drink, the more social you're being, and then it goes to crazy levels where if you can remember the night before, it wasn't a good one. So unless you're like staggering home and trying to sort of open the door with like your stiletto heel or something, because you couldn't figure out where the keys were. That just isn't right. And on top of that, of course, you get a lot of people, too many, that drinking, getting drunk while out on the town is really expensive. So what they do is they go through half a bottle of vodka before they leave the house to go drinking. So, yeah, there used to be there's bus shelters outside where I live, and they used to be made out of glass, but they used to get broken every other weekend by drunkenese people. Last week I had a funny one. There was a guy screaming at the top of his lungs at 3 o'clock in the morning, saying, "Shut up! People are trying to sleep." As he shouted at his drunk girlfriend that was being a bit loud.
Yeah, pot kettle.
You gotta love that.
Yeah. I still remember, which is ironic considering I still remember the first really serious binge drink I had. It was a New Year's Eve at my cousin's place, and this particular cousin at the time was brewing his own spirits. You could buy those essence bottles to make it taste like whatever you wanted it to.
Mm-hmm.
So he had stuff that was basically 50% or more alcohol volume, and it was on tap. It was just in big bottles on one of those carousels, and the point at which I stopped drinking was when I could no longer stand up to go and get another drink, and I was not able to formulate words to request one.
That's a good point to stop drinking. That is pretty good.
But funny enough, I actually remember the whole night. And I also remember there was a cat with kittens. And I remember in my drunken stupor worrying that I might step on one of the kittens.
Oh, speaking about that, not kittens, but similar. There was someone on the local news yesterday where a guy lives in the block of flats next to the dock sort of area for the Manchester Ship Canal. because the ship canal stuff stopped years ago, but they've gone and built all these really nice flats and things like that in the area because people like to live near the water. Anyway, so what happened was he had a duck that decided to nest on his balcony, and he's like 8 floors up. And of course, when it came to time for the ducks to be able to go and join, the water, had a bit of a problem. So he had to basically put the ducklings in a bucket and take them downstairs, and to get the mother to go down because she could hear she could hear the ducklings, so that they could be reunited. Because when you're 8 floors up, ducklings don't have a good enough wings yet to be flying off the balcony. But it was such a cute story, and that was last year. And this year, the female duck is back and is going to be laying eggs again. So.
Sorry, I just can see Stella's struggling with some fibro by the looks of it.
It's fatigue at the moment.
Fatigue? So I'm just drinking water and eating corn chips. So.
Yeah, a friend of mine had a meltdown in the city today, and I'm just wrapping up some stuff, just checking in with them and making sure they're okay. Otherwise, I'd be already in bed.
Yeah,
that's fair enough.
You're bad back from last week still.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Is your back still hurting you from last week?
Oh, no, my back's fine at the moment. I don't know what that was about. It just, I must have slept badly one night, and it just took a while to correct itself.
So I picked up this thing at the supermarket recently, 3 cheese corn chips. And I'm just tasting them for the first time, and they are actually pretty good. So I've stopped drinking alcohol. I'm drinking water and eating 3 cheese corn chips, which is a whole new level.
Sounds like a good plan.
Oh, that's one of the hardest part about me dieting, not allowed cheese. I love cheese. My favorite thing to do with cheese is to make a cheese sandwich and stick it in the microwave for a minute.
Yes.
It's like a toasted cheese sandwich, but floppy and not crispy.
Yeah. No, I love it because I have a sandwich press. I love doing cheese sandwiches. If you want cheese sandwich porn, there's a movie that's just called Chef, Jon Favreau, who's possibly more famous for doing Marvel stuff in the last 10 years or whatever. He's got this movie called Chef, and there is this whole sequence of doing a grilled cheese sandwich on a grill that is literal food pornography and is just amazing.
My favorite is putting leftover spaghetti bolognese in bread and putting in the Jeffel maker.
That sounds pretty good.
My mum's not a bad cook, but there is one thing that doesn't go right for her. She makes really, really fantastic biscuits. The fact they started out as being the recipe for scones is a different matter.
It's a evolution or something. The recipe has evolved.
Yeah.
What I do with the cheese sandwiches, whatever's in the sandwich, put it in the sandwich, butter the outside of the bread, and then coat the buttered side of the bread in Parmesan cheese. Just sprinkle Parmesan cheese on it so it embeds in the butter, and then put it in a sandwich press. So then the sandwich cooks with a Parmesan crust, and it's fucking legendary.
Pretty good. Sounds pretty good. Really good. I was just thinking, the subject of cakes and biscuits and such. There's a woman who's in the congregation of my church. She is 99 years old this year.
Wow.
And she is using a walking frame, but she still comes in and she walks. And she is one hell of a cook. She brings in cakes, and she in one day she baked about 17 of them, I think it was. God knows how much alcohol she went through, because she she pours, I think it was brandy into the mix when she's making it, and then when they come out the oven, she drowns them in it. It's either brandy or rum.
Yeah,
might have been rum now that I think of it. Anyway, they are very desirable cakes, and she just does the recipe out of her mind. She is incredible.
Family at Christmas, we generally have
yes, this was cheese toast,
brandy butter. And it's really, really nice. But my dad makes it, but he really likes having strong brandy in it. So it's like more brandy than it is butter. It tastes really good, but unfortunately, it's so strong that you can't drive after you've had some, just like a spoonful of it. It's
I remember having meat pie sandwiches when I was younger. And now that I can find meat-free meat pies by the same company, Foreign 20 Pies, I'm back onto having meat pie sandwiches, meat-free meat pie sandwiches, and they're every bit as good as I remember.
That's awesome.
Anything in 2 pieces of buttered bread is amazing.
On the subject of... sorry, Laura, you go.
Yeah, my absolute favorite thing is beefsteak puddings. So what it is, it's basically suet pastry, and you get some mince. You put in maybe carrots and peas and onions in it, and you mix it all up, and then you stick it in the suet pastry, and you wrap it up like a big sausage roll kind of thing, and then you wrap it in cloth, and then you boil it, and it's so Moorish. It's so wonderful to have. Fortunately, I've got the recipe for it because my mum makes great ones, and of course I don't talk to her anymore because she disowned me. So oh well.
I think it's stories like yours. When parents just sort of do that, just say, I cannot relate with that. I don't know how any parent could do that.
Yeah. The hardest part for me, is that if she, if I'm lucky and she does reconcile, with me, it's like, she can get a finger out of, get a head out of her ass and sort of come to terms with the fact that this is happening and she's not in control, and she loves me. She's just going to accept me for who I am, not for who she wanted me to be.
She's instead of it sounds to me, now I could be off the mark here, but it sounds to me like she's all, I've lost a son. Well, you gained a daughter.
Yeah. Well, the problem is she didn't even want to talk about it or anything. But anyway, the hardest part for me is that even if we do end up reconciled again, one of the things she used to tell me, until then, was her love for me was unconditional. And it's sad that she can never, ever tell me that again. Because when I made a choice for my happiness that she didn't like, suddenly there was conditions attached.
Yeah. We probably shouldn't keep talking about this because it's just going to kill the mood. But it is really sad when that happens. And it's so unnecessary.
Yeah, like I say, it's disappointing.
A lot of queer people learn the hard way that love is in fact conditional, and it sucks.
Absolutely, yeah. Unfortunately, you're 100% spot on, Abigail, and it is really sad that that's how it is.
Yeah, my brother is bi, and my mum isn't a Christian, but for some reason this is a problem. And one of the things that I have had a difficult, had to have some serious thought about was when I had my first assessment at the Gender Identity Clinic. One of the questions was, have you thought about gamete storage? So basically store your sperm so it can be, used to make a baby if you want, so you can actually have kids. And I decided not to because I'm nearly, I'm 47 and I don't see any prospects of having a partner anytime soon. And even if I did, she'd probably be old enough that she really wouldn't be, starting a family at 50 is too old, really.
It's not like the world's short of human beings anyway.
Yeah, but
although it does sometimes seem to be short of quality ones.
But one of the things that my mum had said to me, before I came out and stuff, she said, she'd reconciled to the fact that she was never going to be a grandma. And so one of the little thoughts that popped through my head was, really silly, but, maybe if I store it and, I end up like, meeting someone and we have a baby, maybe then my mum will love me because I've given her a grandchild. And it's like, no, fuck that. Fuck that.
Yeah, it's the right motivation, isn't it?
It's like, no, she doesn't get to, to sort of, there's a movie, Dragon the Bruce Lee story.
Yeah.
And so, the daughter marries, Bruce Lee, and they have a kid, and that's when mum turns up, and that was what was needed to bridge that divide, because mum didn't
I'll
want
just
to
say,
know.
Laura, the decision you made, not to go for the Frozen, I think it's well, only you can know whether it's the right decision, but I believe you made the decision for the right reasons. Like if you'd gone ahead and gone, right, well, we'll make a baby one day just to appease your mum, that's definitely not the right motivation to bring a child into the world.
Yes.
Not that you need me to tell you that, because you're well aware of it already, as is everyone else.
Yeah.
But yeah, sometimes it's nice to be told that.
Yeah, but like I say, she doesn't, my mum doesn't get the reward of, having a grandchild, and that's what makes her change her mind from, no, she doesn't get rewarded, no.
I just,
There was an interest. This is kind of related and kind of not, but it was. There's a series on ABC in Australia called Australian Story. They it's like a doco human interest crossover thing, and there was one. It's like a couple of years ago now that I found fascinating. There was a lesbian couple, and one half of the couple realized they were actually trans. They were a trans man, and they were in the process of transitioning, and they got to the point where the couple wanted to have a child, and the female half of the partnership couldn't actually conceive, but the trans man could.
I think I heard about this story.
Yeah, no, it was fascinating, and the trans man actually conceived their child and carried it through, and it was this amazing story. And I was watching and go, you know who the unsung story here is? It's the lesbian partner who said, no, it started off, I was in love with a woman, and then this transition happened, and I realized I was actually in love with this person, whether they were a man or a woman. And it
that's
was
actually quite common.
Yeah, the story kind of focused on the trans man who ended up conceiving their child and bringing it to birth. And I thought, man, this is kind of glossing over the lesbian part of this couple being the champion and going, no, I'm actually in love with this person, whether they are a man or a woman. And I found it to just be an amazing, compelling story of these people who were just absolutely in love. And the whole construct of gender and sexuality started to become secondary to the fact that these two individuals were in love. And I just thought they were just incredible people. And
a lot of
the whole thing was wild.
Yeah, it is a lot of common understandings of gender and sexuality. Actually, they're kind of arbitrary. They're to use the expression man-made. They don't, This Abigail, you want to speak?
I'm gonna put this idea out. the hard work in that story,
Yeah.
I mean, was done by the trans man. Like,
oh yeah, the
that's
fact that
Absolutely.
trans men conceived their
Absolutely.
child. Yeah.
yeah. Like it's not easy being in love with a trans person who's transitioning, and it just like alters. Like, you could have friendship groups that like a lesbian whose friends could potentially like, you could become a pariah because you're dating a man now then,
Yeah,
and all your internal perceptions of yourself.
yeah. What does
And
that make me?
I hear that, but to use that, I guess it's the use of the language. The unsung hero of the story is I'm going to say it's a bit rich.
Yeah, that's fair.
And having like I was engaged to be married to someone, and she basically called the wedding off and broke up with me the day I told her I was transitioning. Like, it was that sudden.
And
it, maybe it just
that happens to a lot of people.
That's a very common story.
And very tragic.
Maybe I'm a bit jaded, but yeah, like, you don't get points for loving someone because everyone does it. You get points for supporting someone, which she does.
I think it's a pretty good point.
But
I
think to say the unsung hero, that's a bit. I think that's a bit much.
I see.
Definitely hats off to it.
I absolutely see what you're saying there. The only reason I use that phrase is because how I saw this doco, the Australian Story doco, it was focusing on the trans man who was transitioning, and because the lesbian woman who's just like, I thought they were an amazing couple because they went through this really significant change and through a succession of changes, and their love never changed. They were an amazing couple. They were a fucking amazing couple.
I know two. I know some. Met them through Equal Voices, actually. You will have heard of Jo Inkpin. She's been on television. She's I think she might have been Australia's first openly transgender priest.
Okay,
I've never heard of her.
Oh, you'd be able to find her on the internet easy enough. She's recently gone from the Anglican ministry to the Uniting Church. Because the Anglican Church, we've come a long way, but we've still got a way to travel. Especially the Sydney diocese, they're just deeply conservative. But anyway, she transitioned while she was married, and her wife is, well, same person. Never mind what that makes me; it just makes me human. I love this person still. So yeah.
Cool.
But one of the problems that we have had in the UK was so we had civil partnerships, which was that was a way for gay people to sort of get married. It was recognized in law as regards to the idea of, if they die, then you can inherit their stuff, kind of thing, because
it's second class marriage, basically.
Yeah. So, when they introduced that, when it came to transgender people who were married, so, someone like me, let's say you, Abigail, let's say you were married, and you decided you were going to transition, you would have to get divorced because you weren't allowed to be classed as married and be the same sex.
That was true here in Australia for the longest time. As well, like, that was just a thing that you had to do, which was abhorrent. Really.
It's interesting because the people.
We're a bit weird in the UK when it comes to laws, because we do have this kind of established law thing going on, which is a big chunk of our history with Magna Carta, and so changes are kind of hard to do sometimes. And, I mean, just to give you an idea of how stupid it can be, it was only, it was about, maybe 10, 12 years ago now, that they changed the law because William was marrying Kate. Because it used to be the law from like the 1400s, because Henry VIII thing, decided he was going to make a Church of England because he couldn't annul his marriage, so he could marry Anne Boleyn. But it became law that if a heir to the throne married a Catholic, they would not be able to, ascend to that throne. It would go to the next one.
Mm-hmm.
That was just
Yep.
And they only got
was
rid of
very
that.
anti-Catholic.
They only got rid of that about 12 years ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
You know what's interesting? Well, interesting's probably fucked. Will do. The same people who were talking about, who were talking against marriage equality, so talking about the sanctity of marriage. Those same people were quite happy to let rubbish reality TV like Married at First Sight continue. If that's not damaging the sanctity of marriage, what is? And secondly, those same people were basically the reason why if somebody transitioned, they'd have to get divorced. What about the sanctity of marriage in that? I voted when we had the marriage equality plebiscite in Australia. Yes, I did that deliberately.
Yeah.
I voted yes, and there was 3 or 4 basic main reasons. Reason number 1, not one person came up with a valid legal argument for no. Not one. Of all the money that was thrown at it, not one person could give a sufficient reason in legal terms why it was a problem. Reason number 2, I voted yes.
You're not
because religion is irrelevant, and it refers back to point number 1. My religious views are completely fucking irrelevant because it's a matter of law. Number 3, I voted yes because I'm a Christian and I believe in love being more, the more important thing out of anything. And if you've got 2 people who love each other and want to marry, who the fuck would I be to say they can't do that?
As an atheist, I've had sort of Christians in the Great Debate community stuff, accuse, atheists of making emotional arguments. That's the argument for emotion kind of stuff. And it's like, I'm sorry, what is the mantra for Christianity? It's John 3:16, isn't it? So for God so loved the world, he gave his only son.
Yes.
And it's like, if that's not an argument from emotion, I don't know what is.
But you know something? Just on the subject of religion, very briefly, Easter time, there are 2 sermons that I uploaded to my own channel. Normally, I keep my church involvement separate from my YouTube activity. But these 2 sermons I liked, and they're both the bishop addressing the congregation. The Good Friday sermon, he talks about the focus on substitutional atonement being idolatry because it's obsessing over the need for punishment, and we're valuing that above the grace and love of our Maker. And on Easter Sunday, he talked about we talked earlier in the conversation about women in religion, women preachers and all that sort of stuff. And his sermon was basically about actually how much of a significantly important role women have played. And in fact, if it weren't for the women, Christianity wouldn't exist.
There was something
2 interesting sermons.
There was something you were saying about, like Christian churches accepting gay people, LGBT people now. And there was a story that hit recently in the local newspapers, where a church had a vote whether to accept LGBT people. And a guy who had to walk around on crutches was so upset about this decision because he's a bigoted fuck. He decided to go to the church because he had the keys and smash it up because they'd voted, for the thing that he hated. It's like, how messed up is that? Smash your own church because you don't like a vote they made.
That's the thing that happens, definitely. Tell you what, I am. It's comparatively early for a Friday night stream, and I'm not shit-faced like I was in a recent Friday night stream, but I am kind of
semi-shit-faced.
I'm semi-shit-faced. I am going to retire for the evening and retire the stream. And I want to thank you, wonderful people, because I feel like we've had a really fucking good, far-ranging conversation from the frivolous to the serious. We've done our good job of going from pointless shit to really deep philosophical shit
we have.
in one conversation, which I kind of fucking love about these streams. I'm not going to be on. Sorry, I'm just going to say I'm not going to be on for Saturday night, but I'll probably be on Sunday.
I am, though.
Yes, everyone.
Can
Saturday night. I'm not doing a stream on Saturday, but Abigail is.
So here's the deal. I am watching Twilight and live reacting to it. I invite you all to come on this journey with me because I have never seen this movie. And it's on my Twitch channel. I don't know if I can post the link. I don't think I can.
If you put it in like private chat, I can then copy it into the stream.
Is it worth putting the StreamYard link? Is there anyone in the chat that wants to join for after party chats?
I'll do that too.
You'll have to accept them in first. Though,
okay.
Because once
okay. So I've
they can come in.
I've put the link to my Twitch channel. You just go there. I'm not sure if you have to sign up for Twitch or not. You might have to.
Actually, have to sign in for Twitch to watch a stream, but it helps.
If you want to chat in Twitch, you have to sign up.
Yes, you have to set up a Twitch account to chat.
But it's free. You just have to give.
I'm going to give you a minute, just in case there's anyone in the chat who wants to do after party chats.
With something Abigail just said, I've got a picture to share for her.
Let me see.
Yep.
Vampires don't sparkle.
I don't know what that's a reference to, but I assume it's Twilight.
Yeah, it is Twilight.
That's horrifying.
But also, one of the funniest things about Twilight is you'll never get anyone talking more shit about Twilight than Robert Pattinson doing publicity interviews for Twilight. You look it up; it's fucking hilarious. Robert Pattinson says the funniest shit in press interviews for Twilight.
I'm just going to be referring to him as Cedric Diggory the whole time.
I think he's Cedric Diggory.
Quick question for you, Angry. How is Aidsy?
I talked to Aidsy yesterday. He's actually freaking out a bit at the moment because he has a potential health issue at the moment. He's got something growing on his jaw. The best case scenario, it's just an abscess. He was going to see a doctor today. It was an abscess that they'd lance and scrape out, and it'd be gross and disgusting and whatnot, but it'd be fixed. The worst option is it was a recurrence of the sort of cancerous infection that killed all his teeth, that resulted in all his teeth getting taken out. So now he has dentures. But that can still be treated. And there is a third and worse option that it's something new and worse than the previous thing that's harder to treat. And he was apparently taking a lot of anti-anxiety meds to try and calm his anxiety. So it's kind of like if you have anxiety, you get prescribed a certain amount of sedatives to last you a month. And I think he was eating them in about a day to try and cope with how anxious he was feeling about this potential health issue. So I will call him.
Nothing quite like unconsolable anxiety. It is absolutely fucking crippling. And I think many of us in this room can certainly relate with that. I know I can. And it's my heart goes out to AZ. That's just it's fucking awful. I feel sorry for the poor guy. And it's so unfair. He's such a nice guy.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll call him tomorrow to see if I can find out if he has any more medical news. But basically, he was freaking out at potential bad medical news, but it might also be quite okay medical news. So I will try and catch him on the weekend. I won't be stream tomorrow night. Abigail Wood, you should look for that. I'll probably be online on Sunday night. And I may have an update on AZ on Sunday night. So we shall.
Well, I'll be live at about 8ish, and if you want to watch along with me, because I can't stream the actual movie, you have to have your own copy to watch, and I'll do sync up points at various times. But you won't be able to actually watch the movie on my stream because that is illegal, and I don't want to get sued.
No, you don't want to get
sued. 8 o'clock, same time as I'm timing it with like for the angry crowd. It'll just be like a regular Saturday. So 8 o'clock. Let's do some live shit posting of Twilight.
Yeah. So have fun with that. I'm going to go to bed now. Good night, everyone.
Long and prosperous, everyone.